servants wail. Another ghost for the tale. Table stake, lies in. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison, who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth's a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every shit tastes like original sin. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth's a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth's a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison, who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth's a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls close in. Every shit tastes like original sin. Who's the killer, who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start, what's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth a bullet, truth's a need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are open for business. Grab a seat, get comfortable, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come in, sit down, have a conversation with me. We are headed back to Idaho today, folks. We have some new body cam footage to review and then some other stuff too. Break it down, see what we find, see if there's any stories in there that'll tell us some truth. Who knows? Because we sure ain't got none up to this point, that's for sure. So happy Saturday, everybody. Welcome back to you. It's great to see you all here. I hope you're all having an amazing weekend and a great Saturday. Thank you to my moderators that have joined me today. I appreciate you all so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's great to be back with you guys. Come on in, grab a seat, and get comfortable, guys. And, well, you know how the rest of this stuff goes. So let's make sure you're sharing this out, first off and foremost. Thank you. Hit the like button, if you will, please, and thank you. And let's do this thing. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the grave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Thank you for being here today again. So very much appreciated. It's great to see you all. Come on in, grab a seat. Get your own space. Get yourself comfortable. Grab your drink to be, Let's get into this stuff today. Come on in. Come on in. Okay, let me see who all we have in here with us today. It looks like, of course, the megastar Meg P's in the house. Thank you for being here, Meg. Michelle F., welcome back to you. Of course, the lovely Canadian cat lady from all the way up north. Great to see you today, dear. Mountain Mama. I can never say that right. Mama, whatever. You know what I mean. Mary Holt, welcome back to you. And Mountain Mama, great to see you. True Seeker, always a pleasure to have you here. Welcome back, Humphrey. Great to see you. Miss Tandy's in the house. Thank God we got her today. No work today. Great to see you, Tandy. Eddie's in the house. Hopefully, Eddie will be interested in joining me up here today as we review this stuff. Great to see you, brother. As always, thank you for joining me. Let me see here. Again, Humphrey, good to see you. Hold on a minute here. Mary Holt, Meg P. Debbie Clark, welcome back to you. Of course, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dad, Lucy Mother. Miss Diane, welcome back. I am me. Great to see you today. True Seeker. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. Dunwine, welcome back. Beach Babe. Great to see you. The positive Miss Paula is in the house as always. Brenda Lentz, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Witchy, great to see you today. Mr. Kent Corbett, my friend, always happy to have you in the house. Great to see you as well. Beep, beep. Lucy's in the house. Good to see you, Lucy. Tomboy is driving. So there's both Tomboy and Tandy in the house. I did not yet do it, but I will, Cat Lady. Because I was sick that little period of time, I got overlapped, but I'm going to catch it up. I promise. I know I'm behind on some things, you guys. I'm sorry about that. I'm better now. Lucy's here. Yes. These two together are great. It's great to see you both. I appreciate you both. Come on in, guys. Share this out, please. Hit that like button. Mittens for kittens. Great to see you. Fizzy fizzing around in here. Good to see you. It's today Miss Lucy's birthday. Thank you, Cat Lady. Lisa Hawkins, welcome back to you. Somebody tell me the truth. Is today Miss Lucy's birthday? It was yesterday. Are you guys kidding me? And nobody told me. You hit that on purpose. You hit it on purpose. See Through Fest. Welcome. Good to see you. Yesterday was Miss Lucy's birthday. I swear, you guys. I swear. Today's Outcast's birthday. Outcast is not in here. Hemisphere, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Let's see. It wasn't Lucy's birthday, Meg, yesterday. Welcome, Wade Bird. Good to see you. Oh, okay. I get it then. Somebody better tell me when it actually is when it happens, because you know what I do. I'm sure she won't personally do it, but just saying. You almost got a song, Heather. I had a good one for you, too. Lucy, I fell for it. Looks like a few people did. Let's see. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Please share this out. If you would, and hit that like button. Pretty please and thank you. Beep beep. Oh God! So everybody's birthday was yesterday. I see what was going on now. Yeah, I missed Outcast last night. I fell asleep early, guys. The medication I was taking is wearing me out. Bo show. Bo show. Bo show. Your house. Whose birthday is it tomorrow, Miss Tandy? Is it Rusty Bobby? Your birthday's Monday. Make sure you throw me a reminder. I have a bad memory. Okay, I hope you're telling me the truth, Lucy. Your house has a birthday tomorrow. Is it the house itself? So, Rusty Bobby, AK. Oh, Rusty Bobby. Oh boy. I'll do that one for sure. Rusty Bobby. That'll be fun. That will be fun. Come on in, guys. Hit that like button, please. We got 50 peeps in the house with 37 likes. Please and thank you, if you will. My birthday was last Tuesday. How come I didn't know about that, Witchy? Jeez. I'm telling you. Talk about our parents' party in Hearts. Oh, well, we had that problem in May. We have that problem in Lady Killer, welcome. It is not Eddie's birthday. Eddie, is it your birthday, Eddie? I think Eddie would have told me. Welcome, by the way. Miss Anna, good to see you. Truth and Justice, true crime. No, silly. Okay, just making sure. Yes, we're both in November, Cat Lady. I'm November 23rd. Sagittarius. I'll be 51 years old. The year went by quick. I got you, Lady Killer. That was funny. Come on in, guys. I remember being 49. Mittens, you're November too. We got a lot of people that I thought. Last year, I found out there's a lot of people that were in here then that had birthdays in November. Every few years, my birthday falls on Thanksgiving. It kind of sucks. It is what it is. That's kind of shitty, dude. Mine is adaptable, luckily, but it sucks. It really does. Melissa, good to see you, sweet Melissa. Thank you for joining us. 27, you'll be 61, the mindset of 34. I'm 51 with the mindset of a 25-year-old, for the most part, in the body of an 80-year-old. So, yeah. June, 50 years young. That's right. The older we get, the younger we are. That's how I feel about it. Come on in, guys. We got a 58 of you guys in here. 41 likes. We're getting there. Come on in. Come on in. I'm just waiting to make sure everybody's in here before we get rolling on this. The link is pinned to the top of the chat if you want to join me as we review these cams. We got a few of them to review now and see if we can. If these the reason why I do this is I want to see if they tell us anything different than what we already know, and if we can see things in these cams that we weren't told. Okay, because we weren't told a lot. My brain is 15 half the time. My hips are 80. That was good. I like that. Yeah, I'm about 20, 25, between 20 to 25, mind-wise, at least the way I think on some things. But my body, the whole body is 85. Guys, take care of your body, please. Don't hurt your back and your neck, and you'll be good. Miss Rach, welcome. Good to see you, sis. Thanks you for going to join us for today. I appreciate you. I got lucky because Twiz helped me build my computer piece by piece, and it's got everything in it is upgradable to like certain things, like you're talking about in here with the Windows and stuff like that. So it's very top of the line stuff, and he helped me put it together, and he picked everything out himself and told me what to get. I got it. We put it together over the phone. It took about 8 hours of his life, because I had no idea what I was doing. We spent this time on the phone for the whole day, the whole Saturday, putting this stupid thing together, but it works, and I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for Twiz because he's real smart with that stuff. About 25 years ago, I could have built a computer because things were different then. Now, all of this stuff now is crazy. No, I did not yet, Wade Bird, but thank you. We will go through all of that too. We have plenty of stuff to review, you guys. That's true. I still don't know what to do. I don't know how to use it all, guys. I have these things. I don't know how to. It's a pain in the ass. You can ask my mods; they know. They're usually with me when I have an issue that they're trying to help me work through. Yeah, Twitch is very smart. Very smart. Like I said, I wouldn't be here with you guys if it wasn't for him that day. He was like, "All right, this is what you need to get." He gave me a list. I wrote it down. We called and ordered everything, got it in, and then I called him and said, "It's here." He's like, "All right, let's do it." And he step by step, which I thought is near impossible. I'm a hands-on person. He's like, "Now take this piece and put it here, and take this piece." You have to have patience to do that, folks. He did an amazing job, and I'm grateful to him. Welcome, Edward. How are you today, sir?
Good to see you again, as always.
Yes, always happy to have you here, brother. So
tomorrow morning at 8:30, the Vikings are playing the Steelers.
Tomorrow morning, early, huh? Are they playing? Are they playing in London?
Yeah, they're in Europe.
Europe, okay. That'd be interesting. Definitely. I know those early games are usually somewhere out of the country. The Vikings and the Steelers. Well, I have to support the Vikings, like I said, because two of my friends that I went to school with played for them, and one of them's deceased now, sadly. But and I'm it was born bred to hate the Steelers because I'm a Browns fan, but I still support them to some aspect. If I'm not watching my game, I will try to, support them because two of my kids are Steelers fans. So
yeah, I can see that. Being in the same division as the Browns, be similar. Like we over here, our favorite team would be the Vikings, and then anyone who's playing the Packers.
Right. Yeah. Well, see, that's funny because like the Packers, when everybody knows that Cleveland sold out, Art Modell sold them to the Baltimore Ravens, which is where the Ravens came from. And we had no football team here. The Browns were gone for, I can't remember how long it was. So while they were gone, because I'm a huge football fan, I had to have a team to follow. So I followed the Packers because they were pretty close to like the closest thing I could find to finding a hometown team like the Browns. There's Jesse. And so we, yes, Eddie's talking about football.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, right. So I followed them until the Browns came back and brought their expansion team out, or whatever the hell it's called. But you're not here, Jesse. Now you are. You're welcome to join us. The link's pinned, brother. Come on up. But the Vikings, Corey Stringer, LaShawn Daniels both played for the Vikings, and I went to high school with them and played football with them. And they both played for the Vikings. So I supported the Vikings because of that. They were good friends of mine, both of them. Corey passed away due to heat stroke. Yeah. Very sad situation. Should have never happened, which they changed a lot of rules in the NFL because of that, I do believe. Thank the Lord, because it was pretty bad. Corey was a big guy. I mean, a really big guy. Probably one of the biggest in our division at Warren G. Harding. We went to Warren G. Harding High School, and that one of the biggest kids in our division. He went to Ohio State along with LaShawn, and then so on and so forth. I think Corey actually was elemental in getting LaShawn a walk-on for the Viking, and so on and so forth. And I don't know how long LaShawn played because LaShawn was very serious about his career. He went into nursing in college and all that as well, and I think that's what he does now. He doesn't play anymore. Um, but Corey's story is really sad because he had a wife and a child that he was a father to and all that. It was a pretty sad situation that happened. So we had a really big funeral for him back here at home. A bunch of the guys from the Vikings, I'm trying to remember, and other football players showed up for that. He was very well known and very well liked, and they all came from different teams to support him as well. It was a great thing, but he's gone. That's the sad part. So
what did I miss here? Because you said when you don't have the Browns to pull for, you gravitated towards the Packers, but to me, just as someone on the outside looking in, I would have assumed it would have been Cincinnati.
hell no. Oh my God, dude. Now you and I are friends, and I want to keep it that way. Okay.
I'm
it.
using logic here. They're in the
I
same
know.
state, right?
I know, and it should be that way. I've had other people ask me that. Well, just as much, Eddie, as people are like, they go, "How come you're not an Ohio State fan?" I hate Ohio State. I hate Ohio State as much as I hate Cincinnati, bro. I should because it's in Ohio. I've never been a Cincinnati fan.
I mean, you all have it twice as good as we do. So when one of your state's teams is losing and the other one is doing better, well, I mean, you got a fallback. You can still,
Sure.
it's a still winning formula for you.
Yeah, no, agreed. I couldn't get in line with them at all. I tried to follow them. I followed a team when Cleveland disappeared. I kind of started looking around, like, who am I going to watch? I got to watch somebody, and I got to root for somebody. I can't just throw it out there for everybody. I watched Cincinnati. I didn't like them. There was a vibe about them I didn't like, and I didn't like it, I guess, because of how we played against them in a division and stuff like that. I definitely could not stand Baltimore Ravens. That I hate them worse than the Steelers. But the Steelers are kind of like, we have to be rivals with the Steelers if you're a Browns fan. So that's just how that works. But Green Bay, I watched a few Green Bay games, and it reminded me of the same, the Cheeseheads. We have the Dog Pound and the Cheeseheads, and it reminded me of the same kind of like, I can't think of
experience. Yeah, I get it.
And that's why I jumped on them. And I liked them. I did. And when the Browns came back around, of course, I had to put them to the side. I still watch them from time to time. We played them not too long ago in our 2 games ago, I think it was. Nothing was like the game that we just played last Sunday, guys. 3 minutes. We played an entire game in 3 minutes and won. Blew my mind. It was great. I know some of you guys are probably bored with this talk. I'm sorry, but we're getting on to the point. I'm just waiting for everybody to get in here. Miss Kelly, good to see you this morning. So, yeah. But I didn't know you were a football fan, Eddie. It's good to know that.
Not a fan per se. I'm just, I know enough about it to be dangerous.
Yeah.
I can hold a conversation for a couple minutes, and then that's about it. I'm not a fanatic by any means. You're right.
Well, that's okay. We are. This is the house that on Sundays, everybody, if you don't see me, be surprised, wearing orange and brown. And we're all, if I'm not in here doing this, which I've put the games off for you guys before a few times because this is more important in some senses, but screaming and yelling at each other in our living room, throwing things around the house, jumping up and down, that kind of stuff. It's a fanatic house. Same with the Alabama. We're big Alabama fans here. And Alabama and the Browns. And then, of course, like I said, that's actually 3 of my kids are Steelers fans. And so be it. I'll support them on that aspect. As long as we're not playing them. If we're playing them, you're on your own. I'm sorry. I will not. No, you cannot get me to say something good about the Steelers when we're playing them because I can't stand them at that point. I like U of Illinois Northwestern Pro Bowl. I'm in Chicago. Love my beers. Go Bears. Go Bears. Cheesehead. Rooting for the Lions too. I can't do the Lions. I can't. Detroit used to be such a bad team. Go ahead, bud.
Dago, here's how bad it is with me. I'm such a fair weather fan. It's like, don't bother getting me excited about the Vikings unless they're in the Super Bowl and it's the second half and we're up.
And you're ahead.
Then I'm that is how much of a fair weather fan I am. Matter of fact, I can't even name you one single player on the team this year. I know more Seahawks players. Sam Darnold is their quarterback, and the only reason I know that is because it used to be our quarterback.
There you go. There you go. So you're a bandwagon fan. I get it.
Bandwagon fan all the
Yeah.
way.
There's nothing wrong with that. My sister's the same way. And my mother-in-law is the same way too. It is what it is. At least it's excitement. You have a reason to cheer for something and get excited about it. You know, it works you up. Just saying. Just saying. Of course, Miss Tandy, we know, is a Seahawks fan. See, I didn't even know who their quarterback was. I don't follow too many other teams. I used to do the whole fantasy football thing, but I don't have time for it now. I did it last year and completely neglected it. It screwed me all over, so I won't mess with it this year. Everybody's pissed at me because I did it for years. It is what it is. This is more important to me here. Broncos. If that's another rival team that I actually like, this is weird. Back in the horse base days, we called him, but I shouldn't say that now because I respect him. What the hell was his name? We called him Horseface. God bless America. He was quarterback for the Broncos in the 80s, mid-80s. Cleveland and Denver.
Elway.
There you go. Thank you. John Elway. I know I shouldn't say that stuff, but that's what we called him back then. Horseface. Yes. And we were head-to-head for like 2 or 3 years, like playoff. You know what I'm saying? And Elway was the shit, folks. I'll be honest with you. John Elway was the shit. As much as we hated to admit it, he was a hell of a quarterback back then, 85, 84, 86, whatever year it was, or all of those years. And he was what shut us down. Guys, he shut the Browns down in the playoffs multiple times. He's a great guy, great quarterback. I met him once too, Meg, on accident. Really nice guy, down to earth, you know, and all that. But he's the reason why they beat us out of the playoffs. What, 2 or 3 years, Jesse? You probably remember. We had Bernie Kosar, you know, and he shut it down, folks. The dude could do what he was doing. End of story. But, you know, but I respect it. And I liked the Broncos at that point out of respect, if that makes any sense, because they could play their asses off when they needed to, period. And the Browns, at some point we were called the cardiac kids. You're right. At the other end, we were called, what the hell did they call it? Something, you know, you can never just wait. The Browns will screw it up somehow. There was a name that they gave them, but yeah. But as far as the cardiac kids thing is, they'll have you on the edge of your seat. You know, there's 3 seconds left. They throw a Hail Mary and score a touchdown and we win the game. Or on the opposite side of that, there's an interception and they end the game and it's over. So we go both directions, guys. And that the Browns are still that way. That 3-minute game we played the other day was just the same way. I was holding my chest like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. And then we did it. So go ahead, Eddie. I seen you were.
Yeah, I remember a lot of those televised Browns games where the dog pound, you know, the fans in the dog pound would wear paper bags over their head.
Yes, I was in the dog pound quite a few times. I used to go to the games a lot back in the day. I painted myself up. I was one of those idiots that took my shirt off and painted my body. This was way back when, folks, when I could do that and not be ashamed of it. I had the dog mask. I wore the dog bones. We ring the bells, all that fun stuff. Because we had one time, I can't remember what year that was. We had season tickets. We went to every damn game. It was a great experience in the dog pound. And then I got some people I knew. We got to sit up in the VIP booths and watch the game from there a couple times. I mean, it's just a good experience if you like football. I used to watch baseball. I used to love the Indians. Or what are they called now? This tells you how much I follow them. They had to change their name.
Yeah, the Guardians.
The Guardians. So stupid. But anyway, there's a real quick story on that one as we're still flowing in here. Wellington, welcome back. Siggy and Mike, great to see you. Of course, Jesse, great to see you. I think I saw somebody else pop in as well. Anyhow, come on in, guys. Grab a seat. We're about to get started here as I'm telling my stupid stories. I was at work one day, driving to work one morning, and I wasn't really following baseball too close, but following it enough to know I was following with the Cleveland Indians. And at some point, they had what I called the dream team. They had anybody you could want to exist on a baseball team together. Dave Justice was what provoked my issue with the Indians. But Dave Justice, they had Martinez, they had the 2 brothers. I can't think of their name. Jim Thome, everybody. anybody that could be on a baseball team that was good. They were all together. It was like the dream team. And they turned around and traded Dave Justice to the Yankees. And I'm listening to the radio. I used to listen to the news in the morning on the way to work just to pick up what was going on. And it said, and I didn't even know this happened. It said David Justice hit his first home run for the New York Yankees yesterday, blah, 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 blah. And I went, what? I was done. I was so pissed off that I shut it down. I said, I'm done. I'm not following them anymore. They make the same dumb decisions that the Browns make. I was done. And from there on out, Sandy Alomar Jr., yes, Jesse, is another one. They were all on that team, guys. All of those guys were on that team. And they just little by little started trading these guys off. You have the best team in the MLB as far as I was concerned. Why would you do this? I was done with baseball at that point, and I really haven't watched it too much since. Of course, I watched basketball. I rooted for the Cavs. I'm not a LeBron fan, but I rooted for the Cavs back in the day, where we almost had it, and then we had this, and we had that. I mean, it's just, the edge of your seat shit, but I just stick with football now. It's easier for me. So back in the day, though, I used to love it all. I was a big Syracuse basketball fan. UNLV. I used to watch all those games. UNLV, Syracuse, Duke, the college basketball. I was big into that when I was in high school. All that fun stuff. But I just stick to football and I'm good. And golf. I've learned to love golf. That's something that nobody ever expected from me. I love golf, to play it. Not to watch it, but to play it. Yes, Meg. Michael Jordan is the GOAT. Nobody, and you don't have to fight with me, but anybody else. Anybody that thinks LeBron is, Jesse's had this conversation already. There's no way in hell you can compare LeBron to Michael Jordan or anybody else for that matter. I'm sorry.
I have to agree with Kelly. Kelly Land says the Bears, the 85 Bears, Dago, that has to be the funnest Super Bowl team. That whole experience. The
every bit of it.
William
Refrigerator Perry.
And then the Super Bowl shuffle, they even had a dance.
Yep.
And of course, we're in the same division, but we didn't care. We were just so happy for them because they're in the division. And boy, did they represent. That was like my all-time favorite Super Bowl winning team right there.
The Bears were something they were something to look at back in the days.
Yeah.
That whole team, though, you're right, was like an all-star. Jim McMahon, the quarterback. There was a whole bunch of them. Perry. Oh, Jesus, I can't remember their names, but they were all there. Trying to think. We're not here to start no trouble. We're just here to do the Super Bowl shuffle, right?
That's right. Yep.
Yes. I remember that. That was the fun shit back then.
That was fun.
Wow, Lauzado. That was an old Steeler.
Who could hate that, It was just
fun. Even if that wasn't your team, you followed them because of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Welcome, Phenomena Mom. Good to see you. Golf is fun to play, you guys. I'm telling you. It looks boring, but it's really not. It's not. To watch it, yeah, it'll put you to sleep. Because there's not much movement, but it is what it is. I love to play it, though. Bowling is another thing I can't watch bowling. It puts me out immediately. I don't know how anybody can watch bowling. It's just you roll the ball, you hit or you don't, And tennis is the worst thing to watch on TV. I swear to God. I don't understand how people get so excited to go watch a tennis match. I just don't. Miniature golf and croquet. Yeah. Okay. We'll go with that, kittens. That's good. Randy Gradishar. Yes. I am a big fan. My biological father knew a lot of the 80s Browns. He was friends with quite a few of them. That they were like group friends that they met up. Yeah, when I was a kid, I had all sorts of things from the Browns, signed footballs and shirts and all sorts of stuff because of that. And then he passed away. And none of that stuff, plus they all moved along. I'm talking back in the days of like Kozar and Kevin Mack and those teams back then. Hell, I even have a shirt. I have a football signed by Brian Sipe, if anybody knows who that was. He was a quarterback for the Browns. Him and my dad were real close at one time. Biological dad.
There you go. I have to disagree on the tennis thing. Like, if it's Anna Kournikova or similar, I could get into watching tennis.
Well, I mean, I get that point to it, but that makes sense. But the act of it itself is what I can't.
I get it. Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, right. But I know exactly what you're saying, bro. Yeah, Meg, I'm a beast at bocce. I'm telling you, I love bocce. I've been on multiple teams. I am a beast at bocce. I have special little tricks that I learned. The old guys taught me. We love it. We play it every year. I wasn't on the team this year, but usually every year I'm on the. We have a thing down here called the National American Heritage Italian Fest, and of course, I get on the bocce ball team. When I used to drink, we went to many bars that had bocce teams that we were part of, and love bocce, love it, love it, love it. And I was really good at it. And darts. I suck at pool. I'm really good at darts. I'm really good at bocce. I don't ever want to try to play pickleball because I'd probably kill myself. So we're good. About to go to Dago Hill to play on. Yep. Briar Hill. That's where we used to play up. It's called Briar Hill. Basically in the middle of Little Italy in Youngstown, Ohio. That's where we played a lot at. So it's an Italian thing, I guess. You're supposed to be good at it if you're Italian. That's what I was told by my grandfather, who taught me. That's awesome. I love it. Bocce's great. We were going to put a bocce court in my backyard, but I just didn't have the time to do it yet. Welcome, Hemisphere. How are you, my friend?
How's it going, Dago? What's going on, Eddie? I hear y'all talking a little football.
A little bit, yes, just a little bit.
I live down here in Louisiana, so I'm a Saints fan. So
Mm-hmm.
we've been going through it for the past 5 years.
Well, you guys had your time, though. That's true. What was his name? That quarterback? Oh shit. They had him for a while. He was a really good quarterback. I can't think of his name right now, but they were pretty good for a while.
Well, the thing about it is, Dago, is it losing Sean Payton and Drew Brees has really exposed the ownership.
Drew Brees,
real bad. So
yeah, yep, I know what you're talking about.
If you don't nail on your draft picks and you don't make wise decisions in who you're drafting, it really, really hurts your team.
Mm-hmm.
But, NFL is more of a political. There's a political aspect to football.
There's a political aspect to everything nowadays. You're right. Yes, sir. Real quick.
I'm not sure if the Browns would be considered as a small market team because I know New Orleans is.
I think the Browns are more listed under. Jesse, you can probably correct this if I'm wrong, but I think they're considered an expansion team because they came out as a brand new team and they had to rebuild. So that's how I thought they were looked at. I don't know what they would be as far as small market or not, but Wellington, thank you so much for that super chat. It says, I'm Brazilian and I find crazy how you guys don't like soccer. By the way, I live in a city that Pele played most of his. Oh, Santos. Okay. My son is a soccer player. My one twin. He loves it. And so does my grandson. But I could never get into soccer. I don't know why. But I respect it. I do. I respect it.
It's interesting because it never has really taken off, so to speak. It's never in the United States become at the same level of interest as, I guess, really the rest of the world.
Everywhere else. Yeah, everywhere else but here. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Spain, Italy, it's huge. Like, I have some friends that own a authentic Italian restaurant here that are from New York. Okay, they're called Brothers Pizza is what it opened up to be. They open up these places, and these guys, they go nuts, and I'm talking nuts over soccer, guys. When it's that season and Italy's playing whoever's playing who and blah blah blah, they're all over this stuff, and I've never seen anybody get on it other than like football. They love it, so I've tried following it. I just can't do it. I don't get it. What's up, Docket? Good to see you today. I live in Kentucky. Our college sports are only same with Alabama. I never understood why Kentucky and Alabama don't have pro teams. It's weird to me. Very strange, but I don't think you don't need them with Alabama's team, but
I guess the only thing that explains it is this is really not a part of our culture.
Probably, yeah, definitely. That's the only answer I can come up with too. Is what I came to the decision of. Mark Schumann, good to see you. Scott, welcome.
when Mr. Benson got the basketball team, he owns the Saints as well, the football team.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew when they got that pro basketball team down there in New Orleans that they can't handle both of them. I mean, they had the Jazz a long, long time ago, but
Right.
they moved. There was a reason why they moved the basketball team to Utah because, in my humble opinion, and I've been down here living for a while,
That
that
explains your
town
accent now.
is too small for two proteins.
Probably. Yeah. That makes sense. That explains your accent now. I've been trying to figure out where the hell your accent's from. Now that you're saying that, it makes sense now. So thank you for
Yeah,
letting me know.
uh,
I've been wondering. You reminded me of somebody else who used to come in here, and that I used to call her the Raging Cajun. You guys got the same accent. I love it.
she's
LS.
she's a Southern belle, so she's a billionaire. She's the richest person in Louisiana.
And
So,
very smart, obviously.
well, she a lot of folks thinks that she's just not meant for having sports teams.
Gotcha.
She kind of inherited it, the football team and the basketball team. So she's hiring these people to run the teams
Mm-hmm.
up underneath her, where she all she has to do is just collect the paycheck.
Right. Well,
Well,
hey, that's the way to do it if you can, but
you know what? It's not
probably not the best
functional.
way.
It's not. You're not winning. You're not putting a winning product out there,
Right. No, I get it.
and
I
it
get it.
gets kind of stale.
I absolutely get that. Um, I think the ownership takes part in whoever owns these teams. There needs to be a pride there. There needs to be a drive to want to make it the best it can. And if she has no interest in it and it's just a business opportunity for her, then yeah, that makes sense. You know, it's not going to be what the best it possibly could be, in my opinion. So I get what you're saying 100%.
Well, I remember it's been a while back ago, but I remember the owner of the Browns just
Art
bought the team,
Modell.
pretty much put his foot down and made some changes. It's getting there for down here in New Orleans too.
Mm-hmm.
They need to. There's people that's been in place down here for so long. Mickey Loomis is the GM, so he's been down there since what 1996, 97. So he's been there way too long.
Right.
And you know how it is. Sometimes you get people that's been there way too long, gets too comfortable, and it's time for them to move around.
Sure. Sure. With anything, yes.
So
I do agree. Okay, guys. I'm trying to pull up these cams here. Give me a quick minute. One minute here. I got
you got
three
that.
parts. We're gonna go with Gunderson's first, which there's three parts to Gunderson's cam, folks. So bear with me with that one. Hey Zakali, good to see you. Good to have you here today. It more like from New Orleans or Hammond area. Where are you from down there? Hemisphere.
I'm from Shreveport.
Oh,
So
okay, got you.
I'm up here with where it's mixed. Got some Cowboy fans and some Texans fans and
Sure. Cam with an
Chargers.
M, not cans. Cam. Sorry if I sound like I said cans. We're looking at body cams, not cans, not body cans. That just sounds wrong all the way around. We're gonna go through that rugby. That's a rough sport, folks. That is a rough sport. Rugby is no joke. I would never. I thought football was rough, but I got beat up in football a little bit. But I see some of these guys; they get their asses beat in rugby. It's almost as bad as hockey.
Damn,
God.
we're not looking at body cans today. That's kind
No
of
cans, just the body cams. No body cans. No
that's
booties
kind of boring.
today.
I'm out of here.
Yes, I get it. I get it. Sorry. No booties today, folks. All right. So we got three of these, three of Gunderson's cams, cam with an M. to view. And we're going to see this from a different perspective. The one that we paid the most attention to thus far was Nunez. We got what we got out of it, but we also were wondering the whole time, was Gunderson wearing his cam? Was it on? Well, here we are. We're going to go through it, break it down. You were here for the cans. Everybody's leaving now because we're not doing cans. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. Well, okay, I'll put it this way then. I'll give you guys the option. While we're looking at the body cam, the body cams, you can look
low hanging fruit. It was right there, Meg.
Yeah, you can look at all the cans you want on these cams. How about that, you guys? That'll work. So again, Officer Shane Gunderson, Part 1, body cam from November 13th, and we know this whole scenario. And let's see what it looks like from this side of things and what is said and heard. And maybe it'll tell its own story. I don't know. Maybe not. We got other things to break down. There's so much stuff to be watching. We're going to be busy for a couple of days. I'll just put it that way. Yeah, there you go. You can drink a can of beer while watching the cam. Good point, Wellington. Good point. Meg said fine. NFL is an evolution of it is. It truly is. Yeah. I agree with that one, Scott. Good to see you, brother. 83 peeps in the house. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button on the way through the door. Again, thank you, because I think somebody else, I think Meg did it. Let me check something. I don't want to miss it. If you did. She did. Thank you so much, Meg. Heading towards the goal. $4.99 super chat. God bless, dear. I appreciate you. So very generous. So very generous. All right, guys. Let's hit it up. There's a couple trash cans. Yes, very true. You guys are killing me today. You don't want to see anything resembling cans in relation to Gundy. I don't blame you on that one for sure. Remember that some of this audio is not going to be on until they need it to be, so you're not hearing it.
He's the one that had something in his hand when they was upstairs, and I think it was Kaylee or Maddie's room.
That's what everybody's been saying.
We was all trying to figure out what was in his hand.
Yes. So I'm guessing this is Nunez right here, because we never saw him from this aspect. We just saw the flip side of it.
Yeah, so we saw his body cam last time.
Yeah, this is the one.
This is the body cam that me personally, I was more interested in.
This is the one everybody wanted to see was Gunderson. Yeah, I agree with you on that. A good point. Good point. Ashley K, welcome. Good to see you. Anybody else that's popped in here, great to have you here. Anybody that's not in chat, you're still very important to us. Thank you for the views, guys. I appreciate you being here with us.
I think, didn't he go into that bedroom
Go ahead.
Upstairs? Gunderson?
Yeah, he goes upstairs, yeah.
Yeah, did he go into the room, though?
I believe he did, yeah, but it's probably going to be blacked out, but we'll see. We will see.
Moscow Police. Whereabouts?
Moscow Police Department.
I copy. Is the house clear? We're clear.
Yes, this is Officer Gunderson's body cam. There's 3 parts to this IME. It's not the other one we've already seen. Thank you so much for that super sticker, Kelly. God bless. Very generous. We appreciate you so much.
Security outside first. You go to the front door. Don't let anybody in. There's another entry. To the back entry, you're going to start taping it off. Brian's taping the outside off at the moment. Where's the other? 2 in this room. There's 2 females. You have a dog?
Yeah, no, one.
Just gonna shut the door. Not the dog in there. Where's the? Okay, start getting everybody's names, Eric, and then you need to start a crime scene log.
I do believe so, Mittens, because he was the ranking officer on scene. So yeah.
13 copies.
So, Dago, let me ask you a question. With him standing right where he's sitting at, and you're looking down that hallway, that's where Xana and Ethan was, right?
Yeah.
So what was that room right here on the side when he was walking down the hallway?
Bathroom. There was
There's
a bathroom
bathroom?
right next to Xana's bedroom, yeah.
Okay.
Right before you get to her door, it's right to the right. It's a damn shame. I know this house like my own, better than my own. Welcome, 360. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us.
Check with, yeah, we're going to need everybody. I think we got 4 deceased. Yeah, 11:22.
So Dylan's room's got to be right behind that wall where the couch is, right? Right next to the steps.
Say that one more time. I only heard the end of
I
it.
said Dylan's bedroom has to be right behind that wall where the couch is.
Yes, it is. Right there by the
next to
stairs.
steps.
Yep.
So when she's opening the door up, she'll see the entrance to the kitchen. So how's she going to see Xana and Ethan unless she's walking out of her doorway? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and according to her, that's when she said she saw Xana. She glanced and saw Xana when she was running down to Bethany's room. I struggle with that now, especially because we're hearing that the door was slightly ajar. We're 15 foot down the hall to get to her roughly, and she ran by. I've always struggled with her not walking up and seeing her and not knowing.
So she made it sound like whenever she opened the door up, she could see from where her door is straight to where Xana and Ethan was. That was my impression. So
I get it. I get it. It reads different to different people. I understand completely. Kelly's saying when you come down from finding the dog coming up down the stairs, up on the right is a camera. I didn't see it, Kelly, but I'll look. I will definitely look. We did Hunter's interview last night, Fizzy. It was interesting. I'll just put it that way. And yes, I agree with that, Emma. Welcome, Donna. Good to see you. Great to have you guys here today, all of you.
I'm just saying, Dago, if you're so scared, you can't get outside your room. Now knowing that layout is like it is, she has to walk out of her room and walk this way where everybody's at right now and look down the hallway to see Xana and Ethan.
Well, yeah, and that's what she claims in her statement. She comes out of her room and basically following the same path he's on right now, runs past there and glances over and notices Xana down there. I struggle with that statement. Obviously we know that most of what has been stated is not true anyway, but that's why I struggle with it, because of the distance, because the door being half ajar, and all of that. And then when you get downstairs, you never state in the interview. They asked Bethany, "Did Dylan say anything to you when she got down to your room?" No.
And if she's so scared, like she said she is, she's running down the stairs. What happens when you run down the stairs? You stomp it. So you're stomping your way down the stairs to get into Bethany's room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good point. Absolutely. And yes, you're 100 hurt. Yeah, guys, going back to the very beginning where we were told that they heard nothing, is that doesn't even exist anymore. You know that. They've heard everything. Dylan herself has said you hear everything inside this house. It's very loud, okay? It's a shitty ass house. There's no carpeting, there's no nothing for, sound absorbent, nothing like that. Anything that happened in this house that night was clearly and 100% heard, in my opinion. Yeah, I was going to say too, it might be a light, Meg. It's a good point.
Okay, we literally just got here and got the house cleared. Eric's. There's nothing else up there. You want me to go back?
Are you talking about right here? This light here? That is a light, if that's what you're talking about. If you can see my cursor, Kelly, this thing here, that's like an overhead for the stairwell. I'm pretty sure that switch right there probably would work it too. No, that's not it? Okay, then. Hey, B-Man, what's up? Sorry. The very top of the stairs is Kaylee's bedroom. Right here to the left is Kaylee's bedroom. You make that right, and then you'll make a real quick right, and you'll be in Maddie's bedroom. It's very quick, and at the end of the very end of that, there's the bathroom. The other side is a light too. Looks just like a camera. Oh, okay. Hey, Noni, good to see you, dear. There's a point we're going to understand. Okay, let's check it.
Yes, please. We're getting everybody ID'd, and looks like there's it looks like there's some stuff in here, alpha fee, bid stuff in here. We have
Right there. Maybe I missed that. Let me back up just a tinge. I think Mike.
Yeah. Looks like there's some stuff in here, alpha fee, bid stuff in here.
Right there. I think that's a light there too. If that's what you're talking about. Thank you so much, Witchy. To avoid witch hexes, hit that. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. God bless. You're amazing. Great to have you here. Noni, great to see you as well. Yeah, I think that's a light too, but it was when they came back down from. Okay, gotcha.
We have
that one right there, Kelly, because that kind of matches the one on the stairwell too. If that's what those are both lights. If that's what you're talking about, I might be wrong again. If that's the one you're looking at, I could be wrong. This one here, it does have the look to a camera, but I think it's a light. I think. Why in the hell would you have a camera in your house like that, though? That's weird. Then again, I'm the one that brought this up months and months ago about things that they do inside college houses and stuff like that online. So it could have been. It looks like a light to me, but I could be wrong. It does have a camera look to it, though. That's weird. Maybe it's both. I don't know. We had that light bulb camera on the neighbor's house, so who knows what new technology. It could be. It very well could be. Interesting. No, sorry. Don't apologize. This is what this is about, folks. Point these things out. I want to see it. So it definitely looks like it could be a camera. That's possible. But it reminds me of a light outlet fixture. That's all I'm saying because of the mount. But it could be. Oh, yeah. The light bulb cameras are real, folks. I never knew that until this case, but they are real. Was trying to wait till they got closer. It does have a camera resemblance to this part of it does. The inside there. The bulb. You know what I'm saying? It looks like an LED, doesn't it? Doesn't look like a light bulb. That's for damn sure.
That's the first time I've ever seen something like that.
Right. I mean, I could be completely wrong, folks, but inside, that doesn't look like a light bulb. It looks like something else right there. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that before. Now, the LED lights and stuff, they do have these new looks to them, but Emma says it looks like a reflection. That makes some sense, too. It could be. I don't know. He does have a light, and he's got a camera going, so it could make it look weird. It resembles a light fixture to me, but then again, we don't know because, like I said, you can screw a bulb in. It has a camera in it now, so who knows? I don't know. Good catch, though. Very good catch. I'm gonna try something just at it. Now I'm curious. You guys got my curiosity spiked. Nope. I think it's a light bulb. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure.
And then doesn't sound like anybody on the main floor downstairs.
It looked like they had another one right there too. When he was walking down them steps right there, there had something that was hanging on that wall too.
That was a light. I saw that one first, but yeah, it's definitely a light. They got all that new recessed lighting in this house, is what it is. So,
John. And then we have we got some footprints coming to from the back of the apartment. It looks like. We won't fuck with those. Ryan's taping everything off. Warner's starting a crime log. And that's where we're at so far.
Okay, I'll be here then.
Okay, thanks. Right here with you, bud.
Looks like they just broke the snow truck right
Those
now.
ones?
The door was open, so
This one was?
yeah.
Okay, no one touched it?
No one touched it.
Make sure everybody.
I haven't interviewed anybody. No one touched it. There's footprints there. I have one track that comes up this way, but I tried using the rocks to go back down.
Okay. Oh, here.
I started.
He's right up here. Hey, Ryan.
And there's a bag back here, too.
Okay, make sure that includes it. And you got your cell phone?
Yeah, for snapping.
Start taking some photos. Is you talking about this bag?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't know if it was.
so they followed the footprints that came out the back door. One step we know went around that stump towards the front of the house. The other step went to the left, and I think that's what they're trying to follow here. Is they're checking these footprints over here to see which direction they go to. Interesting. Because I'm curious for that too.
You know what? I have to comment on Kelly Land's such a good comment. You know, the smell in that house, right?
Oh yeah.
Almost like they have received a briefing prior to responding to this call that you don't make remarks about the severity of what you're seeing or experiencing.
I was going to comment on that a few minutes ago, Eddie, because when Gunderson went upstairs and looked in the bedroom, there wasn't a. The first body cam we watched with Nunez, you hear him go, "Oof, wow," you know, like that. He didn't make a sound. I would have myself, being on scenes like this many a times, walk in and find it. I would have made it like, "Oh my god," or something like that. There was not a sound made. You are correct. Very interesting point. And why would you not do that unless you were, you know, you're on body cam? You're not going to say it.
Well,
you're not going to say it.
You're going to ensure that the story that you have the two roommates maintaining is consistent with, you know, it would help and explain how they were blissfully ignorant about the whole situation the entire time.
Yeah. And here another point to this too is a lot of these guys are new, rookie in some aspect. Even if you're not, okay, there's no reaction to the severity of this as far as like nausea or anybody acting like they're getting sick or anything. Like that's odd to me because I've watched veteran police officers walk into a scene where somebody's been deceased in the house for, you know, a while and they walk right back out and throw up all over the place. It's a normal reaction to a human person. Nobody's reacting that weird. It's just weird to me. It's very weird. That's all I'm saying. I'm not making a big deal about it. It's just odd. So there's
The
plenty
last
of
time.
time.
Yeah, I could tell by the way he was breathing.
Oh yeah,
He saw that and he walked away from it.
sure.
Just the way he was breathing, it was like, oh my god, because
No,
that's
that's
very distinctive smell.
bad, very bad. I'm telling you right now.
It's
I'm
very.
smelling it right now as we're talking about it. I can smell it again.
You'll never forget that.
No, it doesn't ever go away. Just the same as burnt flesh. It does not ever go away. Neither one of them. That's a police officer right there. If that's what you're talking about, done one. It's not a backtrack. There's a police officer here and over here.
And
Um,
my thought, I thought about this the other day. They went into that house under false pretense. They thought somebody was passed out.
well, that was the initial, yeah.
And then when they just love a hoe, when they got there, and they come to find out, it was a whole different story.
Completely. But do you think they knew that, or do you think that they believed that, or do you think they already knew what they were walking into beforehand? Because I have a feeling that there was a possibility that they did know before they went in what was they were going to walk into. That's my
Thanks for
opinion.
asking that question, Dago.
Yeah, because that's my opinion, folks. I feel like some of them may have been surprised by this, but I feel like there are some of them that probably already knew possibly what they were going to be walking into. That's all I'm saying. Right. There's no noticeable reactions, folks. I'm telling you, 17 years I've seen many, whether it's medics, officers, firefighters, doctors, even medical examiners coming in, coroners. There's a reaction to some aspect. These guys have had nothing, and it's weird to me. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not making a big deal.
You know what?
But
Go ahead, Hemisphere. I can hold my thought until after.
I just want to get this out. They go. The reason why I think there's a major issue with that, because if you're going in the scene in the false pretense, then whoever called the 911 call has to be held responsible for that. Think?
Well, of course, but they can also say that they didn't know. We knew what we were told. That's all there is to it. That's how that can be walked around. This is what they knew. They didn't know any more than that. And she said, we don't know what happened. So that's your answer to that question right there. But you're agreed. If it was done maliciously, there's a different story there. But they can play this that it's not. That's all I'm saying. It's very odd, though. The shock factor to this that doesn't exist is odd. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
It's just the way they handled the scene and how they conducted themselves. It was like what you just said earlier. To me, they was in it way over their heads. They didn't know what the hell is going on, because every day's a script for them. Every day's a script.
Yeah.
They're dealing with college students, so they know they're gonna be out partying, they're gonna be out drinking, they can handle all that. Then when they stumble upon something like this right here put them in a no man's land, so to speak.
Sure.
Eddie, what do you think about that, Eddie?
Well,
Keep talking, guys. I'll be
I'm
right
gonna-
back. I'm gonna grab something. Keep discussing.
here's my thoughts. This house was it was under a level of control from the time after the homicides were committed until the 911 call. Meaning, as opposed to there's two surviving roommates, two clueless dopes in the house that were afraid of something, but they didn't know what they were afraid of. And they cowered downstairs in Bethany's bedroom until the 911 call, or until, they hailed a neighbor, Hunter, to come on over. In other words, this house being under a level of control, meaning that some group of authority, whether it be law enforcement or higher, a three-letter agency, who knows, was in control of this scene. And what we're seeing, the response of the Moscow Police Department is just an act. They already were aware of this prior to the 911 call. And to kind of go hand in hand with what Dylan Mort, I think is his name, that said last night on Dago's panel, that Hunter may not even have been up on the second floor prior to the 911 call. It's just his story that he's saying. They had him say that he did, and he may not even have experienced any of that. And the first time he goes upstairs may have been during what we see in Nunez's body cam. I hope that all makes sense. It might be as clear as mud. But
I have a feeling, Eddie, and I might be wrong. It's just my humble opinion about it. I think there's so much about control when it comes to that town that it affects everybody around it. You know what I'm saying? And this is the way they operate. This is how they do things. Because if you look at, compare it to like the law enforcement in your neck of the woods, do you see the law enforcement around your neck of the woods treating a scene like this?
no, this is very unusual. But they're doing it for a specific purpose. Sorry. And what the purpose of that is I guess the big mystery. They're not going to cover up something like this for just anybody. I mean, like, say you and I did the crime, for example. Do you think they would cover for you and I to save
No.
the town's economy because there's a college in the town? Do you think they'd be that courteous, considerate to you and I, Hemisphere?
No.
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 The people involved in this are very important people. That's why. That's my feelings, of course. Again, everything we talk about here is pure speculation and absolutely alleged thoughts based on the facts that we have. But I think that whoever that this is being covered up for, whatever's being covered up, is somebody that's very, very important to this community, this area. And that's, again, my feelings on this. So, which is why I believe this whole thing's happening.
Yeah.
Truly. On we go.
Yeah, let's just leave it be for now. Yeah, sure. Just be mindful of where you step, because we got some.
Did you get my traffic about
Yes, thank you. Tyson's on his way in. That's where we're at the moment.
Make sure there's nothing in there.
And I do agree with that statement in the chat that I would love to see the Gonsalves reactions after seeing all of these interviews and these body cams, truly. And if there isn't a reaction or a difference, then that just tells me something completely different. And I'm not going to get into that right now. Just think about it.
Photos of everybody too that you talked to. $5313. Let's encompass the parking lot too for this address.
I don't think they do, Pizzy. I think we get just as much, if not more than they get. That's my opinion. I'm just saying. Welcome, Senor.
Yeah, that'd be good. Put your own touch sander back there. Yeah. And you're gloved up good. Said you're gloved up good. Just fucking look around and see if you can see anything. It's not, well, photograph that stuff if you don't mind. In case shit starts melting, and then we'll get better ones then too.
No, Mittens, I don't believe so, because this is body cam footage. These are not crime scene photos. There's a difference here. You can tell that the smell's affecting them to some aspect because of the way they keep breathing and sighing out, but that's it. You know, there's no other surprise or any of that stuff. So very shocking. Thank you, Meg. Again, guys, as I always say, absolutely donations and tips or any of that, never expected, but absolutely appreciated. Thank you so much to anybody that chooses to support us that way. God bless.
She texted you?
Well, I told her to stage until she heard otherwise, but I told her to follow up with her.
Okay. I'll let you know.
Welcome, Ro. Good to see you, dear.
Sink.
Now that Fizzy, yes, I will agree with you on that one. As far as Gonzalez not getting any more than us, if not less, but the Chapins probably have way more than we do. That I agree with.
I think he's down getting the front. Yeah. Okay, just don't worry about it then. Just
want to point something out to you guys here in a quick second. Watch this.
sink.
And notice this is 12:13. They just got there. Look at the kitchen and how this is all set here. Okay, I'm gonna back it up just a tinge and play it slower for you so you don't miss it. But look at how this is all set up as compared to what we saw in the other video. Okay, so we see all that. I know they moved things so that they could do the Mito Black stuff, so on and so forth, but we never saw a bowl with fries in it before. All this other stuff seems to be just completely, there's that's still there. There's a lot of things that were changed around and stuff like that that I'm just a little uncomfortable with, is all I'm saying. And yeah, he's checking both sinks. I don't know what that's about either, but. From my understanding, this was Xana's food. They were standing in the kitchen. She was at least eating at some point. Okay. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know. Makes me wonder. Hey, Gaia, good to see you. I want to point out another thing. Thanks to the latest events, Molly is out of the picture now. Of you Google DoorDash Idaho Moscow, you will get info. Oh, yeah. Yes. Agreed. Agreed.
I think he's down getting the front.
I'd like to know what he's looking at in this thing. That's interesting. Both things, to be honest with you. Unless he's looking for blood.
That's the thing. I think everybody was taken back is as they're walking through, we all picturing there's 4 people died here. So we're looking at it from view of where's all the blood at?
Good point.
My question is, have we ever considered that maybe it didn't happen in the house? Maybe they just got planted. Somebody just put them in there.
I've heard a lot of people say that. I can't. Me personally, I'm not okay with like accepting that. But I'm not saying that that's not true. I just feel like everything happened in the house. That's me. Hey, Krista.
But
But I'm not saying you're wrong by any means because we don't know. We don't know 100%. You know that.
I mean, yeah, because my thing is with the 8-hour deal. So it gave you 8 hours to clean up, pretty much, and stage the scene the way they found it.
Right. That's exactly what I'm pointing out. Well, there's 2 containers of fries, Fizzy. There's one that's on the microwave, and then there was the ones in the bowl. I don't know if they threw them out or whatever they did, but they're not there in the other photographs. So
I just can't. I don't know. Maybe it's just I just don't know. But I would think you're dealing with fluid like blood, DNA. You're trying to clean it up. Would it be kind of similar to a mop, trying to mop up some water off the floor or something? You're just smearing it all over the place.
pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Krista, we saw Hunters. We're going to be checking out all these interviews too. We're probably going to be here on and off all day, guys, going through all this stuff.
So knowing that aspect of it, the cleanup job had to be like spot on to get it to where visibly you can't see it.
to some extent, yeah. Agreed. Welcome,
But
Sam.
it just amazes me they didn't use any luminol because all that shit will be blowed up, or you'll see it.
Of course.
No matter, you know as well as I do, Dago, it don't matter how well you think you clean up, you're not cleaning up with blood like.
You can't clean blood up that way unless you're Dexter, for Christ's sakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you're gonna have blood all over the place, everywhere.
Especially considering who I think cleaned this. It's not professionally done. That's my opinion. But we'll get into that later, too. Hey, Samira. Great to see you, Krista. We missed you.
Well, the purpose of the cleanup would be to clean
Go
it
ahead.
up for the camera lens, not
Yeah.
any, I guess, thoroughly than that. Because you're right, you can't clean it up like that and make it entirely disappear from forensic science. The purpose of the cleanup is so that the narrative of how Dylan can be out and about throughout the house, so to speak, coming out of her bedroom, in other words, going into the living room and then downstairs and not notice anything. The cleanup is just to remove blood from any of the common areas. The cleanup didn't extend into the 2 rooms proper. So,
Yeah.
And if any of the homicides were committed outside of those 2 rooms, which may have occurred, then that also would have been a place where they cleaned up, such as a bathroom or a kitchen.
Yes. And there's people that noticed what they think are towels and rugs missing from certain rooms of the area of the house, which would be interesting to me to know if there was a rug on the floor in this bathroom and a towel here and there that are missing now. Truly I'd like to know. That's a good point. Thank you, Witchy, so much for that. It says compare Napa Halloween murders pics to 11/22. I bet. Yeah, big difference. Big difference. The Napa murders was a mess. It's disgusting. Yes. Good point. I remember
And
that
then,
one.
did they ever find any blood trail leading out the door?
No,
But
not that we.
you're asking questions like it's a just a normal everyday run of the mill crime, which is not. They didn't even look for that because it seems like they knew that there would be that, right? I mean, that would be a logical question if it happened, like, say, in a real case today in your neighborhood. But the ones doing the investigating
Thank
here
you,
are the
Ro. God bless.
ones who
Appreciate
are
that very
doing the
much.
covering up. Follow?
Absolutely. Absolutely, bud. 100%. Danielle, welcome. Good to see you. Um, Daniela, I think I got everybody. Good to see you guys here. Thank you for joining us. 4chan, yeah, there was talk on 4chan about things being dumped in Garden City, which is interesting. But again, you got to take 4chan with a lot of grains of salt because we don't know for a while. Yeah, Danielle, it's wonderful to see you. We've missed you. It's great to have you back.
Yeah. Okay, just don't worry about it then. Just. Hey, boy.
I don't quite get the flashlight. It's broad daylight, but I don't know what you're saying with that thing, but okay.
Yeah.
There's some blood leaking out.
I'm trying to find. Looks like there might be some blood in the sink, but.
Well, he just verified the blood on the foundation. I don't know if you guys heard that. And now they're talking about which we did see some blood in the sink, so that explains what he was looking at. Interesting. Welcome, Moonlit. Which part are you talking about, Joanne? Oh, yeah. That's facts, too. But here's the thing. When a human passes away, their body releases everything. Their body completely relaxes. All the muscles relax, and they release urine, fecal matter, all that stuff. It just opens up. Okay, so that comes out to some aspect, as well as the blood itself and all those things. And if there were any kind of internal things exposed, yes, it can cause that too. But the smell itself, just in general, is horrible. Congrats, Krista, on 3 months. Happy Dagoversary. We appreciate you just as much, if not more, my dear. Thank you for being here with us. And Moonlit, thank you so much for that. God bless. I don't even know how we're doing on that whole thing, if it's still going, but thank you for that. I appreciate you so much. And the blood on the outside wall had been debunked. I've been telling you guys from the beginning that was blood. People argued with me left and right. It is blood, folks. I know what I'm telling you it was, but there it is. So at least that's been talked about by somebody else. It's 100% blood. And I knew it was. Anybody that argued that, and these are experts that were saying, "No, that's not blood. That's rust. It's not rust. It's blood. Period." There was that much blood in that bedroom, in that corner, that because of the house being unlivable level and all that, it rolled to the furthest corner that it could and down through the wall. End of story. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Mittens. God bless. Again, you guys are killing me with these super chats lately. I love it. Thank you so much. So very much. Appreciate you so much for that.
Diggle, I have to interject something real
Go ahead,
quick.
bud. Please do.
I've perceived something just recently, and it probably should be addressed, because if I come across like brusque or impatient, adversarial, not my intention. I realize that Hemisphere, you and I have a different mindset when we approach how we perceive our what we're observing here. I think you may see it like authentic and genuine, whereas I'm approaching it more from like, I'm not buying any of this at all. This is all an act, and these are all actors. So therefore, the questions we ask are going to be, in our thoughts about what we're seeing are going to, I think, be vastly different from each other, and I just recognize that. So that's where it stems from. So if I came across rudely to you, it wasn't intentional, and I hope that clears it, because it took me a minute to put it all together myself, because I can tell we're kind of approaching this and I think it's kind of a
Different views.
a much
Right.
different way. Yeah, and we're both on the panel at the same time, and it's happening. So does that? I hope you understand. Hope everybody understands what I'm saying.
Well, we all know how you are and what your feelings are. I don't think anybody takes you that way, Eddie, ever. I respect how you explain yourself, though, because Eddie doesn't do the whole confrontational thing, guys. It doesn't need to happen that way. So I'm pretty sure Hemisphere gets it too.
I have no problem with the viewpoints. You're right. We do see things differently. It's just when I process something, I have a question about it. So when I have a question about it, I want clarify what I'm seeing. Am I seeing this correctly? Are you seeing the same thing? And how are you seeing it? Because the way you're seeing it is different from the way I'm seeing it. So it's just my way of trying to get in the middle of it.
Right.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I love doing this, when we have different perspectives, and Eddie can say things and see things one way, Hemisphere will see it and say it one way, and I'll see it maybe a different way possibly, and we put those together and break it down, and it comes to some point where we can actually say, hey, maybe it's actually this based on all of this. That's why I like doing these, because that's how we get to the truth in some senses, in my opinion, you guys. That's all I'm saying.
Because I think we can all agree that this crime scene is nothing what we initially would think it would be. Right?
Well, they told us that this was a bloodbath, that it was a it was just a bad, which I'm sure in those two rooms it is somewhat that way, okay? But still, even from the photos we saw, it's not anywhere near what I thought it was going to be, which leads to the whole cleanup thing that everybody has brought up now. There was a cleanup of sorts. How much of it and where and when, we don't know, but we can see where they've dropped the amino black, that there wasn't things there, but then the amino shows that there was. So somebody cleaned this up for whatever reason. Why? I don't understand it. Why would you clean this all up but leave the victims in the sense that they are, instead of just cleaning it all and doing something in that sense? What was the cleanup about? That's my main question with this. Why, and what was in your mind and that made you feel like you had to clean this mess up? Because I think it leads away from the actual narrative that's being pushed with this. That's why I think it was done, because it didn't make that narrative work. Do you see what I'm saying?
And I'm just trying to justify the 8-hour window here, because that was the $1 billion question. What happened during those 8 hours? Well, we know that Bethany and that
Thank you, Daniela.
Dylan was all texting and checking the jobs on the Indeed, and all that's going on.
Bingo. Right.
What
That's it.
did,
Javon. That's
did
what I was saying.
another part of me goes, well, why are you doing all that when you got 4 people sitting there dead? See, that's where the issue is.
There's the
We're
answer.
trying to, you see what I'm
There,
saying? Trying to understand that.
no, I get that, but that's what I'm saying. I think that it didn't fit the narrative, okay? Because there was other people's blood in that house. They had to clean the places where other people's blood could have been because they don't belong in that narrative. Does that make sense? I know I'm probably not explaining this the right way. I'm trying. Okay, say for instance, Jack Showalter was involved in this, and somebody else was involved in it, and they got cut somehow, and their blood ended up in that house. They had to get rid of that because it wasn't Brian's. Okay, it didn't fit the person they were going to end up. They couldn't be there. I'll just put it that way. So they had to clean that part up. Maybe one of them got cut. Something happened. I'm just saying that is what Yvonne's saying. That's what I was going for when I said the whole narrative thing. That's what my thoughts are, which is why it took 8 hours, in my opinion, before anybody called anybody, because they had to make sure that they had everything out of there, whether it's somebody else's blood, whether it's drugs that were not supposed to be in that house. Any of that stuff needed to be removed. They had to get rid of all the cleaning materials that they used, towels, rags, whatever the hell it was. All of it had to be gone before police got there. That's why 8 hours is. That's why I think that whole 8 hours happened. That's my opinion. That's where I go.
When you find out that the roommates was there, Hunter was there with the girlfriend. So why are we not treating them like suspects here? They're there.
Nobody's ever understood that hemisphere. Nobody. They were all treated like victims and not even as witnesses, for that matter. They didn't take anybody's phones, and we saw that in the interview. Hunter just goes out and gets his phone and starts going through it with the other guy. I can't think of his name right now, but none of these kids should have had their phones, access to their phones, access to each other. They should have all been detained separately in different areas and spoken to and all of that. And then they send them all together back to go to a hotel together after this. None of this makes any damn sense. None of it.
So basically what I'm trying to do is cut through the bullshit
Welcome,
and
Colin.
get down to exactly what the hell happened here. Because we all can agree that this is bullshit here.
Well, yeah, of course. That's why we're doing all this and watching all these, to see what we can find in this, to see what sticks out that shouldn't, in my opinion. 100%.
And if law enforcement is involved in it, that's an issue.
Well, of course. Yes, 100%. Absolutely 100%. Let me see. Okay. Hey, Colleen, good to see you.
I think you touched on something. Sorry, Dago. I totally interrupted you.
No, you're good. Good. Go ahead.
I think Hemisphere just touched on something that's really important. If law enforcement is involved, then that should be a huge issue. See, I approach it as everybody should be at that point right now and understand that they indeed are involved in this. And I guess a lot of times I assume everyone is at that point in how they see this case. But I am wrong to assume that. I just assume everyone is,
I don't think anybody. I don't think everybody, Eddie, is able to accept it as a norm,
right?
Because it's not. You know what I mean? It's not something that
I see that. Yeah,
we see, and it slips everybody's minds. Like, this is not real, folks. It's not really how this is supposed to happen. This is not what's going on in everyday life. This is a different situation altogether, and that's what slips people's minds a lot on this. I do agree with that.
I can illustrate it really quick. So, like, for example, when people watch the interview between Dylan and Officer Detective Maury, regardless who it was, and if I remember who the detective. The point being is, when people like ask those rhetorical questions, like, well, why wouldn't he ask her about the 8 hours and why this and why that? See, you notice I never asked those rhetorical questions because by doing so, it kind of lends credibility to the nonsense and the reality of it could be authentic, as opposed to like more ominous, like a conspiracy, in that the detective is doing that purposefully. See, there's only two things to consider: is what you're watching there in that interview. It could be one of these two things: that he is truly that stupid, in that you and your 12-year-old son or daughter are more intelligent and more qualified to ask Dylan reasonable questions than he is. And that's absurd. We know that that is not the case. That detective is very smart, and he's therefore the other option is he's doing that deliberately. That's the only thing that's left
right.
to
Yeah.
understand. So to ask all that, why didn't he ask that? And he's so wrong for not considering asking this. And I get it. It's hard to not do that sometimes, but doing that spending too much time dwelling on those kind of takes away from the fact that we should be already understanding that this is deliberate, as opposed to, he's just unqualified and they're all Keystone cops over there.
Right.
Somehow. Hope that clears it up.
And it makes perfect sense. There's no way in hell, like I said this before, this is a working police force, folks. There's no way they're this stupid. There's not. There's no way that me and Eddie and Hemisphere and Meg and Colleen and Roe and Kelly and all of them can see these things, and they're not, which leads you to the other option. It's a put on. It's not real. Nobody's that dumb that has a commissioned police card, that has a badge and wears a gun. They're not that dumb. They know this. This is their job. So remember that, folks. That's the point. I had that video, Colleen. I do have that video.
I was watching a video from another content creator yesterday. She was looking at the aspects of that town and the university aspect of it. Some of it, and I left away with, there's a aspect to this that I didn't really stop and look at. They've been used to running a particular way for years. That's how they get by.
Sarge said that 2 years ago. Hey, that's his whole point behind this Hemisphere. You're right. This is just what they do.
The thing about it is this happened in front of everybody. The whole country, not only the country, but the whole world was sitting there watching. We're seeing you destroying the house. Well, from what I'm gathering, the reason behind it is because you don't want new potential students to the college to be able to go and see the house as a tour, part of the tour thing, right? So they're just trying to distance themselves so much, and it's plain obvious.
They did that from the beginning. Yes, agreed. Completely separated.
So it's their norm has turned into a global thing, and we're all looking at it going, explain to us how this works. Because we're looking at it and we're going, this ain't working. Something is broken here. Something is going on. And I forgot the guy's name that wrote the book. He said that this is not going to go away like they're expecting it to be. We're still going to be talking about this case.
Howard Bloom.
I'm sure.
Yeah, that's Howard Bloom, I think, said that, and that's true. This will never go away.
Yeah, and I have to agree with that. So
agreed, because they're never going to put the truth out on it, and that's the only way it'll go away. So I agree with that.
So I guess it's easier for me to sit there and say, okay, what if that was my kid? How would I would act? I know how I would act, and I'm sure y'all too.
Agreed. Yeah, the
It's
green was
sad because this is injustice, not only to those four students, but to the parents as well.
yes, sir.
I mean,
I do
it's
agree.
just
And yes, Debbie Green was trying to buy the University of Phoenix, but it fell through. I don't know 100% why, but that was a big thing going on at that point in time too. That's what I've been saying, Senor, that they did not expect for the light to be shined under the rock of the Idaho University. Now it's going to come out. There's too many eyes on this. 100%. All of these things are going to, at some point, come out. They underestimated the world, society, looking at this and just just letting it go and just ignoring it as another crime. Things have changed in society, folks. People care in this aspect over here. People want to see truth and justice for victims that go through stuff like this instead of it just being washed away like it's nothing. That's where we come into effect, and seeing that our law enforcement and our judicial system are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's a problem. That's why we're doing this today, and we do this every day, and we talk about this so much because, again, it didn't even have anything to do with Brian Koberger at this point now. It's this, why this happened, how this happens, how it's going to continue to happen, and why it's going to continue to happen unless something changes. And that's why we keep talking about it, because we want to see truth. That's it. We deserve to see truth. We deserve it.
Their damage control has exposed it so bad that for everybody that's here watching this stream or has been keeping up with the case, if you have a high school, if your kid's in high school and it's about getting old enough to go to college, and he comes home, he said, look, I can go to the University of Idaho. Hell no. You're not going there. No.
And I'm guaranteeing you that's happened for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, their damage control has exposed it, is right. Matter of fact, it has always been, but it's even more so now. It's always been at the point of now they're even trolling us. When Ashley Banfield is talking about, a Costco security cam and referring to it as shocking. And when we get 60 or more photographs of a burnout mark on the pavement that's not even from Brian Koberger's car, they are trolling us, and
yes, sir.
They're not even trying to hide the fact that they're trolling us at this point.
No, they're mocking everybody is 100% what it is. Yes.
It's something else I want to throw out there. What we don't know is from what the parents of Brian Koberger. Can you imagine putting yourself in a position of a lose-lose situation where there's nothing that you're going to do? The outcome is clear as day. You can fight it all you want to fight it, but the results are still going to remain the same.
Yeah, it's a very bad situation. Very bad.
It's the way they did this is wow. That's all I can say. I'm speechless about it. Wow. Just wow.
Well, I just realized something just in the moments that we've been talking these last few minutes is that I just realized that there's different levels of conspiracy theorists. Like right now, if you believe that this is a cover-up, Brian Koberger is innocent, you're a conspiracy theorist. But there's different levels. Would you consider that it's possible in a case like this that the families are even behind the conspiracy? That's taking the conspiracy to a whole nother level. But have you considered it in this case?
Well, Eddie, there's branches to this, right? So if you take a conspiracy theory and you pretend like that's a tree, And without all the facts of the case and what we know is a lie and what is possibly true are branches, right? So naturally, you're going to be searching for the truth when it's all based on a lie. Then you got theories. Everybody has a theory. This is what happened. That's what happened. Folks, we don't know what happened. Still to this very day, we don't have a clear picture of exactly what happened because all the players that's supposedly involved is not even in the picture. Just Brian Kohlberger. We're trying to rack our brains and try to figure out how does one person can do this and not have anything on him, not even a blood trail, nothing that links to them to this. And we're going, no, this don't add up. I mean, if somebody was to lie to you, you know they're lying. There's no truth. So that's where are you getting your conspiracy theories? You know, it's easy to do that, but all we're asking for is what happened. How did it happen? Who was involved? Okay, if Brian Kohlberger's involved, then prove to me that he did it. Well, he pled guilty. Okay, did he, with that change of plea, did he confess? No, he didn't confess.
That's right. Yes.
I'm just saying it was mishandled on so many levels. Really has. If you did it, fine. Come clean. Say you did it. Justify it. And that's the reason why we're still here talking about it. Because it wasn't justified. You didn't prove anything.
Right.
That
And
it
the
didn't
state still
solve
needs to
anything.
prove that he did it. He confessed, but what if he's trolling them? In other words, what if he's lying? And that happens a lot. People confess to things that they didn't do all the time.
Yeah.
So where's the proof in all this stuff that they're disseminating and making public? Where does it show anything to do with Brian Kohlberger's guilt? When are we going to get it? And we all know the answer. We're not.
Right. Absolutely. Until we find it ourselves somehow. That's why we do this.
And
But we're
that's the
not.
reason why I keep going back to BFK and Bundy and all them. With BFK, you had, or BTK, you had a confession. You had plea deals and say, okay, if you give me this, prosecution can give you that. Right? So I could tell you how many bodies that I put over here that if you give me time served over here. So there's no real true deal. All it is you can't appeal, keep your mouth shut, and spend the rest of your life in jail. It's pretty much what state of Idaho told Brian Kohlberger. I'm sorry, that's wow.
It is a lot. I'm going to try to get through some more of this, guys. Because there's a lot of these. So let's try to get through this. But these are all very good points, you guys, 100%. And that's why we do this. Everybody's pointing these great things out.
Please understand where I'm coming from. It's hard to accept that. And how can he accept that? How can you? How could you? If this was you, how could you do that? How could you accept that?
Hang on, guys. Keep talking.
That's all I'm saying, Eddie.
Wade Bird 77. Christine, that's a good question. Curious if Ann ever saw any sheath pictures. At this point, I'm going to have to speculate that there are no pictures of the sheath.
I've been saying that all along though. I've had a feeling that law enforcement planted that sheath.
All right, sorry guys, my granddaughter was leaving. On we go. See what we can get through here.
So that includes the LE going and coming and going too. So, fuck, dude.
Yeah. I just started the actual time.
Right, no, that's fine. Well, so
Said he got a call about 20 minutes ago from his girlfriend that's working to the blue shirts from one of the girls. Usually couldn't go into this. He grabbed the knife that's on the beer pong table.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the room. It's cleared and then called us.
Okay. Anything weird about anything with him? Okay. Which ones?
He outlined who's who with those girls. There's the two girls that come to
Okay. That's weird.
One girl that was up there.
Nothing down there though.
There's that padlock he answers for.
And we haven't cleared that yet. Okay. Well, just be mindful of that as you're standing there, okay?
Yeah. Ran out several times, haven't heard anything.
See, this is something I highly disagree with. There should be no reason to black this out unless you're looking at the actual victims or something. There should be nothing blacked out. I'm sorry. I want to know what he just did there between that. I know this sounds crazy, but I don't trust it. I don't trust why do you keep turning your camera off unless you're face to face with the victim? That's what bothers me.
All right. Try to figure that out, I guess. Got anything yet?
I just walked up to you and said, hey, man, guys, like, what's going on?
Great to see you typically. Thank you for joining us.
And I said, who are you? Do you live here or something? He said, no, with my girlfriend for 5 years. What's in there? And I don't know what's going on. I just live right over here.
Where's you?
He just pointed to right over here and said, I don't see anything. I was like, so he's in the back of Mitch's car.
Okay. Have you been in there yet?
I need to take pictures of.
Just get every well, and get all the VINs and all that stuff too. There's one room that still hasn't been cleared yet in there. which is it's locked. This mine on floor. There's a guy, black mask, was in there. She got recognized him. When she did go screaming upstairs, she got scared, locked herself in the room, and then the screaming all stopped. She's pretty sure that this masked person went out that back.
Okay, we have footprints.
And we're not getting information. She knows where she goes up there. I haven't told her who's deceased.
Okay.
They just have 4 people unaccounted for.
Okay. Okay. Whose dog? We need to figure that out. So we get the dog out here.
The one in the truck, in the car right now.
Okay. Tyson's on his way, and just keep pressing away, getting names
Since she
and
knows
stuff.
a bunch of the people who are living here, I'm getting all their names.
Thank you.
And then I'll finish collecting all the information.
Okay.
And I apologize. There's a door downstairs next to the bathroom that's got a padlock on or a lock on it. Do you guys?
We don't know. We don't know the code.
Okay. Who has access to that room?
Team Idaho.
Okay. So it's not something you guys normally are into at all. Okay. Thank you guys.
She did say Team Idaho, so that must be who the rental, the rental management agency is for them is Team Idaho. That who is, they're talking about the locked room, which was the furnace room. That's the only thing that makes sense to me is that's who was the management company that rented this house to them. Does that make sense? Or yeah, that's okay. Then I'm good. That's what I thought, Colleen. They're the only ones that have access to that room, which makes no sense to me. As a renter, you should have access to certain things. Maybe not. I don't know, but that's weird to me. But okay. It is. Okay, good point. I thought that's what that meant. Okay, good. Thank you, Colleen.
Yeah, well, they're not moving anyway, so we'll get there.
That is where it is, Christine. That's where the furnace is, the hot water tank, everything in that room that was locked. They don't want anybody accessing it, I guess, but whatever.
Yeah, well, that's odd. That guy came back. Apparently, his dog is the dog upstairs.
The guy.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go collect the dog. You actually do want to come help me do that? And then you have a. Well, let's get a leash from Mitch.
I have one in my car.
Well, his car's right here, though. Hey, Mitch, you have a leash in your car? I get it.
Speak to someone about what's going on.
Yeah, give me just a second, man. I understand your dog's upstairs.
I'm not worried about my dog. I'm worried about what happened. I don't know anything.
Okay, well, we'll get with you in a minute, man. I apologize. It's just kind of a chaotic moment, okay?
Everyone.
So this is the guy that took all these pictures that we saw. Hey, Bobby, good to see you. He's not worried about the dog. He said he's worried about what happened because he doesn't seem to know anything, he said. Everybody else does but him. That's what he seems to be so upset about. Hey, Virginia, good to see you, brother. It's been a minute. I wonder if one of those black gloves they're wearing is one that created. Well, I'm not even going to comment on that right now. Just saying. Good question, though. Why they black him out? I don't know why they blacked anybody's faces out, guys. We know who all these people are. Every person here has been in the news in any which way they go. We know it, but this was probably because in the beginning they did it, but they don't have to redact it at this point. I don't understand it, but it is what it is. So am I to understand that JD called Rosie and asked for the dog back? Rosie went and took him out. Were they plan? I don't 100% know how that went, Wade, but we will find it out. We have a bunch, like I said, a bunch of other stuff to get through. So, yes, it's a utility room.
Well, detectives can get really good before photos too. Really, that door belongs like a storage closet for Team Idaho. Comfort. Yeah, still keep an eye on it though. But the store back here. The extra light.
There you go.
No, Jack didn't show up till after Nunez got there, you guys, and they had already had the scene cordoned. You couldn't walk into that house at that point, so that's why he didn't grab the dog. What's up, Hemisphere? I think you said my name, didn't you?
Yeah, I was just pointing out that Xanon, I saw the Xanon and Ethan's door is wide open now.
Yeah, at this point it is, but according to Hunter's interview, he said that it was partially open, and he pushed it the rest of the way, and so on and so forth. So we're going to discuss that part of this too at some point. We were talking about that a little bit yesterday. Like I said, we're going to be here on and off all day because I'm probably going to do another show after this one. Not too, like right after. Just curious, but wouldn't they be better served hanging someone around? Having someone go around with a video cam? I think they do at some point, but yeah, there should be somebody that does nothing but that kind of stuff. Cat lady, I know here we have a photographer with our police department that's all they do, and they use a real camera, not a phone. So just saying, it's a little weird. They need more funds, I guess.
I don't think they got a detective that has came on the scene yet. Since we've been watching the video. That's crazy to me.
What was it?
It's okay. No, when we see Nunez's body cam start, Debbie, you see him pull in and turn, and we see everything goes on, and then Jack comes walking up the hill as Nunez goes over to the group of police officers. You see him walking up behind them when he first gets there. Unless he was there before that I didn't know about. Oh wow, I didn't know that, Lisa. Interesting. You are welcome, cat lady. I do the best I can with questions, guys, because I know as much as you guys do, truly. But I'm trying.
I copy. Yeah, just watch where you step. I haven't seen any out here. That was grabbed by the dude that came in, but there's some signs.
See, one of my biggest questions, you guys, I'm gonna stop and tell you, is back here. Hold on. I want to know what was so important about this area right here. You see my cursor circling this, that they had to clean that part of it up. Why is that cleaned up as compared to other places in the house? But that we know was cleaned up because we saw the amido black spray on that wall there and all that other stuff, the handrail. Whose blood was on that wall and on that handrail? That's important, okay? And again, it goes right back to unknown male B and C and all that other stuff that we don't know about because they never ran it. I want to know who it belongs to, and if that would explain exactly why it was cleaned. Then we need to know who cleaned it. Was it the person themselves? These are the questions that are eating at me every day. It's stuff like that, okay? Because it looks to me like somebody was either going up or down the stairs and got attacked, being chased possibly, and they got him. Because it's up and down this wall on the handrail here, something. So, of course, unless, which I don't believe, that it was one of the suspects and they had gotten wounded somehow, and that was from them. Either way, it still needs to be known. That is a big mystery to me, and that's a big part of this to me. I think
that's a very good question, Dago. Yeah, who cleaned it up? And at this point, in my mind, it can only be law enforcement or someone associated with law enforcement that cleaned it up. And the reason being is because if the person who did the crime, assuming that the person who did the crime is not law enforcement, it's some, individual or number of people that did it, and they're not law enforcement knows that there has been a cleanup. So it cannot, it has to be law enforcement that cleaned it up, because if someone else cleaned it up and law enforcement knows about it and law enforcement is pretending that they don't know about it, that doesn't make any sense. So law enforcement at this point, in my mind, is involved at a minimum with the cleanup, and that could even extend into perpetrating the crime itself.
Oh, see, and I can agree with you. I understand where you're at with that. I have a slightly different feeling on it, but it all kind of folds back into the same mix. You know what I mean? I feel like, and I have a lot of questions about this SUV that shows up at 429 with the loud ass muffler on it and turns their vehicle off at the house at 4:30 after this is over, supposedly. Okay, what were they there for? Who called them? Why did they show up? Or if were they called? Were they just show up? Whatever. But I feel like that the two roommates inside the home and whoever those people may be could be involved in the cleanup side of this. This is just my feelings. I'm not saying it's right. It's just a thought. Now, I'm not saying that law enforcement doesn't know this, okay? Don't get me wrong. It would take you a matter of minutes to figure this out. Even if they didn't know up first that law enforcement knew that this was cleaned up, they knew there immediately after they got to this that it was cleaned up. That's all I'm saying to you. And in that point, why did they not say that? Why did they not look into that? Why did they not go after somebody? Look, there's two of you here. Everybody else is deceased. Who cleaned this mess up? That's never been never been attacked from that angle. Why is the question, okay, if that's the case. So, yeah, I see where Eddie's at, and I'm kind of there too. Like I said, in the end, it all blends into the same pudding. It's the same thing, okay? It's still a problem, and it's still the corrupted side to this, period. That's all I'm saying. So a lot of people are going there with that, Kelly. It's that everything is plausible, folks. There's nothing you're going to say to me in this case other than the fact that aliens landed in the Banfield and did this that I'm going to argue with you about, because everything in here makes no sense. Therefore, everything makes sense that you talk about. Just saying. A handful of Ellie were standing at the front door. They were looking up at the staircase. They didn't go in. They were looking at yeah. Well, I don't know if it's because they were waiting on protocol for, the person in charge to give orders and whatnot. 'Cause sometimes that does happen. So I don't know. We've only gotten fingernail scrapes from one victim, which bothers the hell out of me. I've had people come at me and say, well, maybe there weren't any. I don't believe that. I just don't. There's got to be some form of other DNA in those 30 other fingernails. And Maddie was one of the least affected, and not that it was not bad, folks. Don't take this the wrong way, but her injuries and wounds were minimal compared to a lot of the others. Okay, so in turn, the DNA under her nails, because I feel like it's possible Maddie could have been the only one asleep or dozing off or something. This is a possibility. I'm not saying it's fact. When she was attacked, okay, that's just a thought. I'm just saying I don't believe that she, of all people in this situation, would have that much underneath her nails. Now, Kaylee and Xana and Ethan, maybe not even Ethan, but at least Kaylee and Xana should have a pretty decent amount. Those two fought to the death, in my opinion. There should be something there that's never been put out there. And I think that the reason why I don't believe it's been put out is because it has truth in it. Okay? There's truth into that, and a different name that is going to come to the surface underneath those nails. And we're not going to get it because it's not allowed. It's just not allowed at this point. That's my thought. That's how I feel about that. But good point and great question, Witchy. Thank you for bringing that up.
Here's my thought, Dago. So they got an unknown male DNA that was on that wall.
The handrail.
So they already tested the blood to know that it was male, right?
Yes.
They just hadn't compared that to anybody else to know whose DNA that was.
Well, they couldn't. If you listen to Detective Payne, we couldn't put that into CODIS because we didn't want to delete the other one. You idiot. We all know that doesn't happen.
But CODIS is the one that goes nationwide and gets everybody's records, right?
Yes.
They broke the law, whatever.
Yeah, sure. I got you. Believe me, I got you, Witchy. I do. But yeah, and that statement that he made, when he made that statement, told us all the truth that we had to hear right there when he said, no, we didn't do that because we didn't want to lose our other sample. What? That is the dumbest thing you could have ever said. I'm sorry, because it don't work that way.
I'm pure speculating here, but could it be possible that they did have a name?
Of course it is.
And they looked at it and they go,
we can't put this out. That's kind of where I'm at with this hemisphere. I don't know, Eddie, how far along. I know where Eddie's at with this whole thing, but I think that they have answers to this, you guys. I think they know who did this. Okay. I'm at this point now, I'm telling you, I think they know. And I'm talking all the way down to Hitler, it possibly knowing, but at least the prosecution knows who did this.
Yes.
And they could not put this out.
I thought all along was whoever it was must have been so big in to that town and the dynamic that we've always been talking about to cover it all up.
It's either that. It's a criminal element that is very suppressive to the town, if that makes any sense. Okay. Meaning a criminal element organization that could suppress the town in a bad way, dangerously, a threat, or they're protecting people that are related to somebody that's very important, or somebody that is very important within the town or the community itself. There's multiple possibilities with that aspect itself, in my opinion, or all of that, all of the above, or, That one big thing is if law enforcement's involved, that can never get out. That would destroy this entire town and the community and the college.
Well,
period.
I'm just gonna throw this out here, okay? Because this is a theory, one of those theories that's been going on now.
Mm-hmm.
Malwich. Come to find out,
Nick Malwich, I know. Paul was
showed
talking
up
about.
at the emergency room with stab wounds, cuts all over him.
He showed up. They believed he got into a car accident, and I watched Pop's coverage on that, and then I looked into him myself. But they believe he got into a horrible car accident. That's the excuse they gave, and he was covered in, and he died from his wounds a couple of days after that. So there's something with that story. I will.
Yeah, it was so suspicious that enough for one of the nurses to call the FBI.
Yeah,
and report it.
Yeah. So there is definitely something with that. Yeah, car accident and stab wounds don't mix. I agree. That needed to be looked into a lot more. But of course, what they do with everything like something like this is disappears. It's gone.
So who's to say? I mentioned that to say this. If that was the case, and they was looking in on that, and he comes up, showed up, he died. Well, that kind of scrapped the plan, right?
Well,
we can't go to the parents with this, right? Because this would be unacceptable.
Well, they could, but it's. Let me put it this way. In my opinion, it is who that guy is in relation to, organized with, or affiliated with. Okay. If that's true, if Malwich was involved in this situation and that is what happened to him, they can't put that out again. Therefore, in my opinion, because of who he's affiliated with, that could draw attention to another part of this. That is not, once again, in my opinion, it's not allowed to be put out. That is what has to be protected, per se. That's all I'm saying. So it's possible. I'm telling you, everything that you bring up is possible, short of aliens, okay? And I'd even look at that at this point because of all the unjust answers we've gotten. But that side to that is something I've looked at pretty interestingly enough, because of the way it went down and because of how it looked on the after side to it, is all I'm saying.
Here's a theory, and it could be just as simple as this. Because if this is a drug house and that many drugs were going through this house, there's no way that law enforcement wouldn't know about that. How long has been happening? Probably a long time. And in order for that to continue to exist, that would mean that it has law enforcement's blessing. In other words, that they are getting a cut or a payoff in order to look the other way and allow it to happen.
Of course.
If something went down, then that would implicate law enforcement as being, part of the corrupt bunch that's allowing these drugs to go through this college town.
Whichever way you look at it, Eddie, yes, there's a law enforcement involvement, no matter what angle you take. Yeah.
It could be just that simple as what has happened here.
And it happens, folks. It happens everywhere. I'm from a small town where I live now, but not my town itself, but not even 10 minutes from here, there was a whole situation where there was the law enforcement were the ones selling the drugs. Okay. They were picking them up through the airport, local small time, like airfield, because they're law enforcement. Nobody questions it. They were picking them up and they were selling them right out of their squad cars and stuff like that to people on the streets. It happens, you guys. It's a normal thing nowadays. It's sick and it's crazy, but it's real. So there's no doubt in my mind that these things happened. Okay. Or could happen, I should say. And it's not surprising at all. I mean, law enforcement is not. Listen, folks, my grandfather, my grandmother's father, so my great-grandfather, okay, was the sheriff in a very small town. I'm going to tell you this quick story and you'll understand this. A very small town. This made unsolved mysteries at one time, okay? And he was found dead as the sheriff in the sheriff's station, a little brick building up on the hill in Virginia in the hills. He was a bad alcoholic, and he used to beat his wife, my great-grandmother, okay? And he beat her bad. But he was the sheriff, so everybody had to respect the sheriff because he was an asshole. This is my great-grandfather I'm talking about, but he was an asshole. He was physically abusive. He was verbally abusive. He cheated on her. All the things that you could do wrong as a man, he did. Well, he was found dead in one of the bunks that they had because he would spend the night up there, too drunk to he wouldn't go home because she would tell him, if you come home, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, they found him on the floor next to the bunk, and they said that he had fallen off the bed. He was sleeping on the top bunk, and he fell off the bed, and he had a big contusion on his head, and that's what he died from. That's not what happened. We found out the truth on what happened with him. My great-grandmother's brothers, she had 4 brothers. They knew that he was doing this, and I guess he did it one last time. It was really bad. They killed him, is what they did. There's no proof of it because most of these guys but one are dead now. They killed him. They beat him to death because of what he did to her. And like I said, it made unsolved mysteries. They were trying to figure out what he truly died from because they said that it didn't match the thing. You know, another reason why I got involved in this. But not this case, but this stuff in general. But it's true. It's fact. That's what actually truly happened. And it is what it is. Okay. So just because you wear a badge doesn't mean you're a good person. Just because you wear a badge doesn't mean you follow the laws that you uphold. That's all factual information. Police officers are human beings. They make mistakes just as much as everybody else does, and sometimes more often because they have that shiny little thing that gives them the power to do what they want. So there's that. Okay. Remember that when you think about, now I'm not saying they're all bad, and that's one thing I want to make sure that we all know, because I do not believe in defunding the police, and I do not believe in disrespecting. I come from a law enforcement family, period. 2 of the people that my own biological father and his father were dirty. Facts. They were involved in things in organized crime that they shouldn't have been. It is what it is. My uncle, though, his brother, my father's brother, was not. He was 100% clean and followed the law to this day to the full extent because that's the right thing to do. Same thing I would have done because I was going to be a police officer and just things didn't work out for me. So I went the other direction to firefighting. Anyway, the point is it's a choice that's made based on what is offered to you, what is put in front of your face, what options you have, and you can choose one way or the other. Sometimes they choose the dark side because it's more appealing, it's more money's involved. Most of the times it's either political or financial. It is what it is. So you just got to see it for what it is, and you got to be able to look between the lines, read between the lines, pull the weeds, see what's right, what's not, all that kind of stuff, folks. But we can clearly, in my opinion, see that there's an involvement here that there shouldn't be. And again, do we know if it's out of fear? Is it out of control? Is it out of, power suppression? Any of that kind of stuff. There is always going to be the ability of corruption when you have an extreme amount of power, period. So that's truly the statement I'm trying to make with that.
Yeah.
And I will shut up and keep going now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, to summarize, don't turn to the dark side. Be more like Luke.
Yeah. No, he's not your father. Stay away from him.
Dago, real quick. In the spirit of streamlining and being efficient with our time use. Now, we know that the rest of this body cam is probably going to continue to redact. They're going to block out portions that are important for us to see, so we won't be able to. And they're just going to go along dawdling throughout this crime scene, being inconsistent with what a normal crime scene behavior would look like. I think we could all agree on that. So that said, my point is there any reason to continue to try to get through every little bit of this thing, expecting to see something new, or should we get on to the next?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's up to what everybody wants. Do you guys want to continue this one? There's 2 other parts to this. There's a couple other interviews that we have to hit still. Jack Decor has an interview out, I believe, and some other things that I want to review. So it's up to what you guys want. I'm just trying to give you guys everything, as I always have.
Yeah.
So it's up to you guys. Whatever you want to do. If you want to continue with this one, I know we've talked a lot through this, but there's a lot to talk about. Or do you want to move on to some of these other things? Because I'm curious about the Decor's interview and some other stuff myself, but it's up to you guys. Whatever you want to do, you tell me, and we will go there. Because I have some time left on this one, and then I'm going to shut this one down, and we'll start up another one.
I'm kind of liking our discussions because I think some of the comments in the chat is leading me this way here, and is it me or was that a big red flag for Judge to step down when he did?
Well, he didn't have a choice. I mean, I guess he had a choice, but yeah, in some senses, I guess. Okay, let me respond to that. Real quick, Senior says I'm a retired Baltimore City police officer, a good cop that doesn't shine the light on bad cops. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a fact. And corruption is in the exact same level as the cop that's taking bribes. Amen to that, brother. And thank you for your service. God bless. So yeah. What the hell was I? I was getting ready to answer what you just said. Repeat your statement again there, real quick.
My thought process is what we don't.
Oh.
I don't know. I would say we, but I don't know. If this was a planned retirement, knowing how big of a case this was for Judge to be over, that would make him walk away from it and agree to that change of venue, which I would agree with his reasoning for the change of venue was valid.
Well, the change of venue was going to happen. That was known. That was going to happen. I knew that from the beginning. But and somebody correct me if I'm right. If Lucy's in here, she probably will. I believe that he had a choice whether to carry on with this case in Ada County. I think he was able to if he chose to. I think. Don't quote me on that. And I'll get the right answer. But he could have given the change of venue and then carried it on, or he could have passed it on. That's my understanding. If I'm wrong, my apologies for the misinformation. I will get it right. But that's what I had read. Now, I understood that he wanted to retire, and he didn't really want nothing to do with this to begin with, as most people didn't, we see. So I don't know 100% how it went down for sure, Hemisphere, but I will get the true and full answer to that.
Part of the reason why I brought that up, Dago, is because of that element of what he knows about the case above everybody's head that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
Him being a judge, I'm pretty sure he knows, and he don't want to have no part of it.
Okay,
and then
well,
you have to back that up with Fry leaving for Washington, and then you got
there it is
going to the university.
Everybody's walking away from this. That was somewhat touching this. Everybody's walked away. We've noticed that. We've seen that. Okay, so I am right. Thank you, guys. So yeah, he had the option to stick with the case. He could have, but he chose not to. He chose his retirement, and I'm telling you because he didn't want to be involved. That's my feelings on this. I don't believe he wanted to be involved in this because he knew where this was going, and he knew the repercussions that would come back on this. The man wanted to retire with a good name. Look what Hitler's going to retire with, and look what Thompson's retiring with. Would you want to carry that into retirement? Nope. Not at all, because now they are the enemy to the world that's looking at this. Even the people that are guilters are looking at those two like, you did bad. You did wrong. This is not the way this should have happened. So they're losing out on both ends. They don't care, I'm sure, but it is what it is. So that's why I think Judge took and recused himself from this, because he didn't want him nothing to do with it. That's my opinion. But good point to bring that up. Good point. So
because I think there was an element that led him to that decision. You know.
Well, I think he knew. We watched one of the hearings where he was agreeing with some of what Ann was saying. He knew that things in this case were not right. He said, "I see it. I feel your pain. I absolutely understand." In that hearing we watched, and he knew where this was going. Okay, and he knew at the same time the way he would have to go with this for this to go the right way. Not saying it's the right way, but the right way. You know what I mean by that?
Right.
So, yeah, that's a good point too. He sealed things in the Meister case. That's a good point. Just saying, that's what I believe was going on and what has happened with that. That way, nobody can come to him and say, "Hey, what's this, and this?" He had nothing to do with the end part of this. He's out of it. It's done. So, guys, do me a quick favor here, and if you will, when authorities got BK's name on December 19th per recent press interviews, why didn't they invite BK at one? They could have. And I'm going to tell you right now, Transformer, I'm almost positive. I am positive They had his name by November 25th. Truly, they did. I'm very comfortable saying that. And I will stick to that. Okay. But that's what they should have done. But that didn't play into the whole situation, Transformer. Like, this had to look. That's why the whole SWAT to the house and all that, they had to make this kid look like Jeffrey Dahmer when they went after him. Okay. There's Miss JC. Been a while. Good to see you, sis. Thanks for joining us. And that wouldn't have worked. If they had Brian come in comfortably and quietly and do this, it wouldn't have looked right. It would have looked he wouldn't have looked like the monster that they're making him out to be, and it just didn't play right. They had to do it this way. That's how I see this. So good question though. It's a good question. I think we've all asked that question at one point. Again, JC, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Again, anybody that's interested in joining us to ask questions or anything up here, you're welcome to hit that link. But real quick, guys, let me ask you guys this question. If you want me to continue with these videos here and not move on to the other stuff we're going to look at, put a 1. If you want me to move on to the other stuff, put a 2 in the chat, please. And that way we can hurry up and move through this and just get done. We can come back to these another time. Truly, we can use these for reference to things that we're learning. If we need to come back and go through these videos, we absolutely can go back and look for different points in it. That's another way to look at these too. Judge and Hitler, I don't want to hear about nothing. Hey, now I don't want to be. Oh, yeah. Agreed. Well, Busy threw a 2 in there. Come on, the rest of you guys, help us out here. Lisa says 2, because I know we have a Jack Decor. We have a couple other things to look at. There's also been another giant, from my understanding, a big photo drop from ISP. Again, another photo dump. How much longer is Gunderson? Well, this is, we got quite a bit more on this one. And there's 2 more, Wade. There's 2 more of just Gunderson's alone, because he was the ranking officer, so he was around the thing all day long. So they have it all. Like I said, we can always come back to Gunderson's video to refer to things, to see different things that we're looking for, and balance them based on other things. This is probably, I think, one of the longest ones, but there's a Jack Decor interview, and there's a couple other things too that are out there, and maybe the secondary show we can come back to these two as well. Okay.
Did you ever watch that hearing they had here about the redaction of the videos that's being released?
Yeah, I did.
That's one of the majors why it's heavily redacted.
Oh, everything is very heavily redacted. So let me see. How many 2s did I get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, so I guess we're going to move on. We will come back.
In my humble opinion, it's their way of saying that we're not going to tell you what y'all really would love to freaking know.
We know that. We know they're never going to give us that.
We want to make sure we sweep this up underneath the rug. That way it'll go away. But it's not going to go away. It's not.
No, it's definitely not. That's for sure. All right, give me a second then to pull all this up, guys, because some of this stuff is... give me a minute here. We did Hunter Johnson. We did Dylan. We did Bethany. We did there's so much stuff in here. Hold on. That's why I do this whole voting thing. So you guys, what's fair is fair. Give me a minute here. Let me find in my files, because SRB's been doing amazing with dropping all this stuff in. Meg and Lucy, Tomboy as well, dropping all these links in here, because there's so much, you guys. There is so much. It's crazy.
I think Meg P wanted to hear your Desi Arnaz Lucy impression.
Lucy, you got some planning to do.
Truth be told, I did too. Thank you.
No problem. I love doing it. You gotta have a little comedy in there somewhere. I love Lucy though, just as Desi did. Lucy's a lot of fun. She breaks the monotony up, guys. So does Meg. But yeah, I usually do that when I see her. Beep beep. Okay, now my link is in here for the. There we go. Where the hell is my Idaho 4 stuff? 1 minute, guys. Help solve the case. I didn't even get to start that yet. Here we go. Idaho 4 General. Boom. All right. And we also have the Molly McMeth one. Come on. Wait, where the hell? Where'd this interview go? Give me a second here. That statement cracks me up. Moscow PD saying the community needs to stay out of the investigation. Also, anyone in the community with information, please share that with MPD to help the investigation. Make up your mind. That's on the frat fight thing that happened we talked about yesterday. But anyway, gotta love it, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Hey CH, good to see you. Okay, that's where I'm going. And I got so much stuff to pull through, guys. Thank you for your patience with me. Again, like I said, we'll probably, where are we at? Yeah, we got a little bit longer on this one. I'll shut it down, and then within 20 minutes to a half hour, I'll be loading up a new one. Okay. There we go. Oh, wrong one. 1 second. I know that one is there. I guess Lana put this up, so we'll roll with that one. For right now, give me a second. One minute. All right. Well, I wish I would get responses on these spoilers like everybody else is. A little bit of stuff, JC. Good to see you, sis. Noel, welcome. Good to see you as well. True Crime X in the house. Good to see you. Again, CH, it's been a while. Wonderful to see you. Tonka's in the house today. Good to see you, Tonka. Just Beth, welcome back to you. All right, on we go. And again, we all know who did this video. And please show the love and support over there. We love Lana, and we love what she does and the work she puts in. Okay. Oh, Lord. Let's see what we got here. I wish I had a different version of this. Let's see what we got. See if it works.
Personally, the chat there to True Crime Channel, the Zav Girl. Go ahead and place that link in the chat there. Again, here we go. Welcome.
Hang on a minute. Hey, Sarah. There's Sarah. Great job with the stuff you did, Sarah. That thing you put together, the grid and all that. I haven't seen you since, but amazing job. I love your work on that. Thank you so much for putting that together. I have that one too, Senor. Why is that video and that one? I would prefer to not use that girl. No problem, JC. You're fine, hon. Meg, do you know if we have a different version of this? If so, if not, no big deal. You are absolutely welcome, Sarah. You did amazing on that. That was amazing. Dylan brought that and showed it to me, and I'm like, wow. Great job. I'm very, very impressed with it. Hold on. I'm going to try to... Sorry, you guys, for the delay. I just want to make sure we get it right. Okay.
I saw a very interesting video about the FBI. There you go.
Oh yeah.
This guy had a retired FBI interviewing him, and he was talking about all the changes that was happening around him, and spoke on the Kirk case as well. It was a very good interview.
I'm sure. There's a
Things that
lot.
make you go, hmm.
They all do. Yes. Okay. I guess not. So we'll roll with this one. So again, um, does that Connor channel have the Decor interview? Hey, C Kane, C A Kane. Jesus, I can't talk. Welcome, hon. Great to see you. Or Kane, however you say your name. I don't want to say it the wrong way. Not everyone is getting right. They haven't responded to any of my FOIAs. None of them. They just don't like me. I'll get something sooner or later. Either way, all right, we're gonna roll with this. Let's see what we got. And again, Lana put this out, so thank you, Lana, for this. We did Hunters the other day, but we're good on this one. This is one I want to see more than anything right now.
Welcome Friday night, Truth and Transparency.
Make sure we drop Lana's link, guys, please and thanks.
Southview. Hey, I'm gonna give him my phone, but I just wanted to let you know that I'll be at the police station if you guys are still coming. Okay. When will you be here? Just
for those popping in, this is the Jack Decor raw interview with PD.
I kind of know. When will you be here?
Good
Sure.
point. Good point,
One of
Jay.
the officers like to speak to you.
Hello, ma'am. Hey, my name is Corporal Payne with Moscow PD. I just kind of want to give you guys, do you know where the PD is here in town?
I might have lost me. I have good service up there.
Oh, I think we're losing you. Okay, thanks.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I think they're familiar with the area. I don't know if they moved to spots.
Oh, so I'm sorry.
Oh.
That last part.
Do you know where the new PlayStation is?
No.
Okay, so the easiest way.
We could put it in Google Maps. It must not work.
Yeah, the easiest way, ma'am, is just stay on the highway like you're going to Lewiston. You'll kind of go through town. You'll pass A&W on your right, and they keep going down that long hill, and you can't miss it. It's a big, brand new building on the left side of the road.
Okay, thank you. I'll be there since you can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. So, real quick, what's your first name? What's your middle initial? And last.
Again, when that goes
What's the
silent,
date of birth for you?
that's a redaction. So again, welcome. This is an interview between Detective Brett Payne and Jack D.
Good address for you.
On 11/13/2022 at about 2:30, 2:40.
Okay, and your phone number. Okay, I'm assuming this is, what kind of phone is this? iPhone?
Yeah.
What model do you know?
It's 10X, I think that's what it's called.
To be honest, I thought that Detective Payne just wanted it for during the interview, so he didn't look at it. If this is how they request to ask to look at people's phones, it's interesting.
Just so you know, we obviously try to get these back to you as quick as we can. Okay, so it's not like you're never going to see your phone again. It may take a few days for us to process the information on it, and we'll get it back to you. Okay, so I just want to make sure I have a good documentation of who's is who's, and we'll go from there. All right. So while we're on that note, I'm just going to fill in your info here. Okay, so this is just saying that you give Moscow PD consent to search your digital media. Okay, if you wouldn't mind, if you're okay with that, right there it says consent or signature. If you
I'm
wouldn't mind
just gonna take it
signing
from
right
them. I bet you know.
And just so you know, everything's recorded. This little camera right here is rocking and rolling. So, thank you. All right. Sorry, I'm not iPhone guys are taking it.
You're on anything,
You
guys.
hold it down to turn it on. Or
Just click that right side button there.
no, I turn it off. I turn it on battery.
I think you hold both of these.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, keep it just right your name on the top there for me if you wouldn't mind.
Daigle. And JC asked a good question. She says, this interview is like 2 hours later. And yeah, we learned in those
like
reports, probably a couple weeks ago now, we learned in those reports that before going to the 1122 King Road house, Detective Payne did either, a number of interviews or a singular interview. At any rate, he did spend some time at MPD doing interviewing prior to going to the crime scene.
Yeah, he was in the report we read. We actually read this version of this. He was here at the station doing this stuff till about 4:35 o'clock, and then he went to the scene. And it says, yeah, this is 2:43 p.m. that afternoon. Good question, and thank you, Eddie.
All right. So appreciate that. I know it's a weird thing to give up your phone to somebody, but I appreciate you helping us out. All right. Before we get into kind of timeline for last night and stuff, what you have? I'm assuming you have social media.
Yeah.
What accounts do you have?
Again, this part is redacted, so he'd be saying something like, Instagram, Facebook, Snap, whatever social media platforms he uses. Speaking of which, what do you guys use? And if you're just joining us, make yourself known. Truth and transparency. Thumbs it up. Like, subscribe, do all that jazz. Get the notifications. Give a shout out to Deborah. She made 5 people turn green. Thank you, Deborah. Again, this is just being redacted and
Okay. So you got your address. So starting yesterday, midday, wherever you want to start. Did you go to the football game?
No.
You're working. Okay, where do you work? What time is your shift in?
It's from like 2 to 10. I got out of there probably.
10 p.m. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did you do after you got off shift?
I went home. I dropped off some food at my friend who's working at the corner club. And then I went home and met up with my friends, and then we went to the corner club as a group.
What time did you guys get to the club?
Probably close to 11.
Okay. what, anything kind of talking through the rest of your evening there? You guys just hang out or?
Yeah, we hung out there, and then I actually did run into Kaylee at the corner club, say hi to her, talk to her for probably a minute or so. And then eventually, I don't know if she left before or after me, but I left. I came back home, pretty much just went to bed, and then I woke up and I saw a bunch of commotion down the street. And I walked out there just to see what was going on, and I kind of heard some things. But I later looked on my phone and found like 6 missed calls from Kaylee and 3 from Maddie as well.
I don't know why those have to be blurred. What he's saying right now, that would need to be blurred. Like, what? This is ridiculous. So guess what we can do is you can fight these redactions, and I'm going to fight these redactions. This is ridiculous redactions. I have no idea why. This is whatever he's saying.
Sorry to interrupt you, man. You said you guys, what time did you leave the corner club?
She's right. None of this, his face shouldn't be redacted. He's been in the news multiple times. Everybody knows who he is. And none of what he's saying should be redacted. None of it should be. It's ridiculous. I agree.
I agree. Also, real quick. So now we're back to 6 phone calls from Kaylee. And I thought it was resolved that initially it was 6 phone calls, but then we learned that the truth was a 17, or was it 14? Either way, minute long FaceTime call. Now we're back to 6 individual phone calls. So,
well, this is, remember,
which is it?
This is the very beginning still, Eddie. They haven't got to that whole 17-minute thing yet. That came out way later. But right, still, it shouldn't be. These things shouldn't be mistakes. None of these things should be mistakes, in my opinion. I'm just saying. They should have known that from the very beginning. Should have never been a question. And I guess he stayed. Well, we'll listen to this person and go from there.
Probably about 1. I don't really know that. I wasn't paying attention at the time.
No, that's right. You went straight home after that. You guys stopped to get grub truck, anything like that?
No, straight home. Our sober driver was actually stopped by one of the officers.
Oh, really? Okay. Who's your?
Well, actually, we didn't get in that car because it was too full, but I came in contact with him because I was trying to get a ride.
Gotcha. Okay. So how'd you end up getting home?
Just another buddy came and picked us up.
Okay. Who is that? Do you mind me asking?
He's,
I think
you have it.
How do you spell his last name? And you just went straight home, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then about what time did you go to sleep? Do you remember?
Probably about a half hour after that, after I got home at 1-ish.
So 1:30-ish, fair to say?
That's my best guess.
Okay. And then what time did you actually wake up?
Like 11:30.
11:30. And then did you have roommates at all?
Mm-hmm.
Were they there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, 2 of them were home when I got walked out of my room, but I don't know who else was there.
Okay. Who are your roommates?
There's 4 of them.
Okay.
And then
okay.
And that's all. And me, yeah.
Okay. So you said you woke up 11:30 and saw a commotion. What can you kind of describe that to me?
My roommate's window in his bedroom can just see like down the street, and he just like mentioned it. I got up and looked, and I saw it was up by Kaylee's house, and so I walked out there.
Was it like people or cop cars or?
Yeah, I mean, there's like 3 cop cars and some EMTs and stuff.
And so that was about 11:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what time you said you went back and checked your phone? Do you kind of remember, like, you said that missed calls from Kaylee? Do you remember what time those came in by chance?
You have his phone
Yeah,
right
they
here.
were like between 2:40 and 3. I think the last one was like 2:57. One of them was also FaceTime.
How many of them were there, do you think?
Oh, she was
There
looking at
was
his phone.
6 from Kaylee and 3 from Maddie.
What a fucking idiot. Guessing.
And I don't, like, Maddie, I've known her forever, but she wouldn't just call me unless they needed something. So that was weird to me.
Okay. You said the last one was like 0247, you said something like that?
57. 257.
No text messages from either one?
Actually, I don't know how she got my little vape, but she texted me at like 2:45 and she said, "Hey, I have your vape. You can come get it from the house." But
Okay.
I didn't see that till the morning.
And that was Kaylee?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know you said you were sleeping, obviously, most of the night, but at any point, did anybody mention hearing, seeing anything out of the ordinary?
No, not that I heard.
Nothing, huh? Did you hear or see anything out of the ordinary?
No, not until the morning.
Yeah, not until you saw the cop cars and stuff. Okay. Have you noticed anybody around, like in your group of friends, or even just in the neighborhood, that you're like, oh, that guy's kind of, or gal is kind of off looking? Anybody stick out like that to you in the last few months, school started?
One day there's this like old minivan that was just like kind of backing up and like up our street and back down. And it just looked weird. I'd take a picture of it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Just I never thought of anything of it, and that was probably a month or 2 ago.
So it was just backing down the street?
I mean, I live on like that dead end, so we like pulled up and then like backed down and then was just sitting there forever. And I might just be stereotyping, but
No, you're good. It's the kind of stuff we need to know for sure. What color was it? Do you remember?
I think it was like a dark gold, but it was like peeling paint and stuff.
That was about a month ago.
Yeah, I could find the date on my phone.
Nothing else, no weird people walking around in the shadows or anything like that. No. Okay. Do you have any idea who would do something like this?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But Kaylee has called me and stuff, like if she's walking home and she thinks I'm like is watching her follower, she'll just call me and just have someone on the phone.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my theory of what the missed calls are from, but I still don't know what happened at all.
How often did she do that?
I mean, a couple times a year.
Okay.
It's just like
Not
she
super
was
common.
feeling sketched out. Yeah.
Good time to pause right here, Dago. Tomboy wants to rewind. Also, I found it interesting that he asked the question to JD in the past month or so. Have you seen anyone? I mean, that's an unusual place to. I mean, at that point in the investigation. Yeah, she didn't say. She didn't say where.
How far back do you want me to go back, Tomboy?
While she's answering that, Dago, do you think it's unusual that would be a question already at that time of the investigation? You know, have you seen any unusual? I forget how we worded it. People, things happenings going on in the neighborhood in the past month or so? Paraphrasing the best I can here.
No, I think that's pretty normal. They're trying to find out. They're trying to pinpoint a reason, I guess, or a motive per se. So I think that's a pretty standard question in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know early on, I know what you're saying, but yeah, I think they're just trying to pinpoint a motive, possibly. Did I go back far enough, Tomboy?
Maybe it's the 11:30 thing that is of interest to everybody.
It seems to be, yeah.
And that's another thing that could be played off either way. I mean, does it really mean something? Is he being literal about that, or is it just he's kind of generalizing the time and gets it a little bit wrong? You know, in other words, about a half hour on the wrong to the early side of the wrong. You know.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah. And they are. They're definitely trying to conform to the stalker theory. Period. That's just facts. You can see it.
Right. It seems like they're trying to channel the, everybody's kind of channeled into going one way with their
right.
Testimony or interview.
Well, there's got to be a strict motive to make this make sense. 4 people being killed, and who they are in relation to each other. There's got to be a motive, in my opinion, that makes this make sense. Just saying. So that's why, I think that's the issue.
To me, it feels like the investigators already know what it's going to be, and by force of will, they're trying to get everybody on board with it. If that makes sense.
No, I see. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it does. It does make sense. We shall see. I think I went back far enough. We'll back up and see this part again.
Sitting there forever. I might just be stereotyping, but
no, you're good. It's the kind of stuff we need to know for sure. What color was your?
Unless they needed something, so that was weird to me.
Okay, you said the last one was like 0247. You said something like that.
57, 257.
No text messages from either one.
Actually, I don't know how she got my mobile vape, but she texted me at like 2:45 and she said, "Hey, I have your vape. You can come get it from the house." Okay, I didn't see that till the morning.
And that was Kaylee?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll tell you right there. Okay, that statement, Kaylee, coming from Kaylee at 2:45.
A text message.
A text message that saying I have your vape. That's not something a killer's going to throw into a text message to send to somebody. Well, at least I would not think so. Okay, that's pretty direct and pretty specific. So that gives proof of life to some aspect. I'm going to say this is just an opinion. Proof of life at that time. I don't know if they ever found his vape, Beth. That's a good question. Excuse me. So that's interesting. So I made sure I notated that from Kaylee about the vape. Okay, good point. How I didn't hear that, I don't know, but sorry.
I forgot where I heard that from, Dago.
Yes, Fizzy, you're good point, but I don't know which way to balance that, left or whether it's real or not, unless somebody was trying to get him there by see him saying, "I don't know how she got my vape," but that is an interesting way to look at that, Fizzy. Unless somebody was trying to get him there and just put that text into her phone, but I'm sure they're going to check that. I don't know. That's interesting theory too. There's too many things to look at with this that make you look different directions. Good point, though.
It was eye-opening because I thought somewhere that the last text from Kaylee to him was around about 1:57.
No. 2:56 was the last message or call that was received or that was sent to him, given to him. Now, here's my point with this, okay? Let me say this real quick because this came out and this is just a rumor and a theory. More of a theory somebody put out there that what if the killers were truly there trying to get Jack to come there to maybe frame him for this. Okay. And I'm not saying that's a fact. Please don't run with that as a fact. That's a absolute theory that was based on rumor. But he makes a statement here that he gets this message. So who knows? You know, it's a definite theory. But am I saying that I believe it? No, I'm not. But I'm just letting you know things that have been put out there with this. That's all. Just saying.
Okay. So I know you said you were sleeping, obviously, most of the night, but at any point, did anybody mention hearing, seeing anything out of the ordinary?
No, not that I heard.
Nothing, huh? Did you hear or see anything out of the ordinary?
No, not until the morning.
Yeah, not until you saw the cop cars and stuff. Okay. Have you noticed anybody around, like in your group of friends or even just in the neighborhood, that you're like, oh, that guy's kind of, or gal is kind of off looking? Anybody stick out like that to you in the last few months school started?
One day there's this like old minivan that was just like kind of backing up and like up our street and back down, and it just looked weird. I took a picture of it.
Oh, did? Okay.
Just never thought of anything of it, and that's probably a month or two ago.
So it was just backing down the street?
I mean, I live on like that dead end, so we like pulled up and then like backed down and then was just sitting there forever. I might just be stereotyping.
No, you're good. It's the kind of stuff we need to know for sure. What color was it? Do you remember?
I think it was like a dark gold, but it was like peeling paint and stuff.
That was about a month ago.
Yeah, I could find the date on my phone.
Nothing else, no weird people walking around in the shadows and anything like that going on? No. Okay. Do you have any idea who would do something like this?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But Kaylee has called me and stuff, like if she's walking home and she thinks I'm like just watching her follower, she'll just call me and just have someone on the phone.
Yeah.
So that was kind of my theory of what the missed calls are from, but I still don't know what happened at all.
How often did she do that?
I mean, a couple times a year.
Okay.
It's just like
Not
she
super
was
common.
feeling sketched out. Yeah.
Okay. Did she ever mention that she thought someone specifically was following her, or was it more like I just getting creeped out?
Yeah, just getting creeped out.
Okay. Is there anything? Are you in a frat at all?
I'm part of one. Yeah.
Which house? Has there been any kind of weird conflicts with people in the Greek system? Anybody outside the Greek system? I mean, anything you can think of that might point us in the direction of who we'd be looking for. Any rivalries, any boyfriend-girlfriend drama that's gotten out of hand, anything like that?
No, not really. Everything's been pretty normal.
Okay.
I was going to mention, I'm sure this is something that they could tell you too, but there's a lot of like people just coming in and out of their house all the time.
Okay.
It's like, they're well-liked people, and I think more people near the code to their door than they should have. But yeah, no specific conflicts or anything like that.
Were they pretty good about locking their other doors?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't know. I know there's a sliding glass door in the back. I don't know if they keep that locked all the time. I also own a dog with Kaylee, and I don't know where he is.
Okay. Was he with Kaylee or at the house?
Yeah.
Neither does Payne now.
What kind of dog is it? It's a mini golden doodle. And he was there that last night? As far as I know, yeah. I heard that someone saw like a shadow when they took Murphy. I don't know who it was, but took Murphy to go pee outside before they went to bed. Okay. That's just what I heard from one of the girls who was there. Who said that to you?
Dylan.
Did she describe it at all, or did she just say she saw? What did she actually tell you? Do you remember?
I just overheard a conversation with someone else, but she said that I don't know if it was Kaylee or her, but because I wasn't even part of the conversation, but she said there was a shadow and they grabbed Murphy and went inside and locked the door. I never thought of anything of it.
Dog's name is Murphy, you said?
Yeah. Do you know where he is or something?
Well, that's a little weird. When we watched the body cam video, they were sitting at the scene. He was in the back seat. They talked to him about the dog, and he said, "I don't care about the dog. I just want to know what's going on there." So he was told something about the dog. Remember that.
I have no idea, man. I really don't. We'll keep an eye out for him. We can let everybody know and watch out for him, okay? Is he chipped at all, you know? You just put like one in the
He's not, no.
Okay. Is he like a medium size? Like,
yeah. He's about like 40 pounds.
Okay. So you said, and again, you're not in trouble. I just got to make sure I ask all the questions.
Are they really gonna like redact like about?
She's supposed to be moving to Texas for a job.
Personal information, I guess. What I mean. People's sex life.
So sick of the redaction. They've redacted more than they put out at all in any of these. It's ridiculous.
Hey, everybody, help me out real quick. As long as you have a positive, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
And that is, so supposedly Kaylee has his vape, right? We learned that in this body cam interview. Okay. So help me to understand. That's a personal item, right? I mean, if someone had your vape, that would mean you're without it, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So I've seen enough of this interview already to know that he kind of minimizes the interaction time that he had with Kaylee at the corner club, right?
Definitely.
So the fact that Corporal Payne is hearing that he barely interacted with Kaylee, and now Kaylee at like 2:40 whatever is texting him, by the way, I have your vape. That would mean that there was something in this interview that JD didn't tell Corporal Payne, and that is, I interacted with her. It may have been minimally, but during that interaction, I gave her my vape. But he didn't say that. And Corporal Payne didn't pick up on that.
Or, yeah, well, that's a good point, that he didn't pick up on it. Or I got to remember who left first, him or them. And if he left first, it may have been left there, and she said, "Oh, I'll give it to him. I know where he's going to be, blah, blah, blah." Or somehow or another, she got her hands on it somehow.
Okay, so I may be jumping ahead then.
That's all I'm saying. Like,
so they cover it. It's
yeah.
Okay.
It could be. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying it could be. You know what I mean?
Is the vape that important to blow up his phone 7 times?
I don't believe that's why they called him at all.
Not at that hour.
No, so that's the reason why that other statement was made about the call at about 2:50 or so for him to come up there to get his vape.
They started calling him at 2:24 and didn't stop till 2:56 based on what we were told. But then somewhere in there, in between, they changed it up to there was a 17-minute FaceTime call between those two from that period of time, from 220 something to 250 something that happened that he doesn't remember.
Yeah, I thought that Kaylee and Maddie was trying to call him up to about 2 o'clock.
No. They, according to what we were told initially, they were calling him from 220 something to 256, I believe, is when the phone call stopped. Then it came out down the road a little bit further that there's a 17-minute call somewhere in that period of time between the 220 something to 250 something, a FaceTime call that he doesn't remember having with her. And then if you also remember in his report that we read the ISP report, he states that he was trying to throw up and he was this and he was that and he was out of it because he was so drunk and all that. So I don't know.
See, I'm conflicted because it's and sometimes I feel like Wade Bird is like, he seems to be the only one that's acting genuinely out of the whole bunch, and we can kind of trust his reaction. And at other times, there's like red flags for me as well. So it's kind of like a mixed bag with him. It's weird. But Lula,
It's all about how you perceive it, right?
Kaylee got the vape from him at the grub truck, walking by him and his friends on the
No,
bench.
he was never at the grub truck. They offered. Showalter was at the grub truck, the other Jack. This guy went home. They wanted to go to that other bar, and the course said no, he wasn't going anywhere. He was tired. He was going home to go to bed. That's the conversation. And then after that, I don't know exactly what happened from there, but he supposedly went home. Then in his report, he states how he was trying to get sick and throw up and all this stuff because he was so drunk and all that other stuff. That's what I remember.
Okay, thanks for pausing, Daggle.
Yeah, no problem. He is the only person that seems to be, I guess, genuine is a good way to put it. So we'll see.
I would love to know the reason.
Was there ever anybody that like hit on her at the bars or was texting her a lot or anything like that that would be seem kind of out of the ordinary to you?
I mean, I could think of one.
Okay. Who is it?
What's his name?
How does his last name, you know?
I don't think he was like that just to Kaylee. I think he's just that kind of guy.
He's just real flirtatious. Okay. Would he like text her, call her? Like,
I saw.
You're probably talking about Cole Berenberg, but of course they redact that too.
His Snapchat on her phone.
Okay, gotcha.
She would show me.
What kind of stuff was he saying?
Just, hey, I'm just trying to get her to talk.
Oh, okay. Just not trying to initiate conversation. Yeah. Did anyone in that group of friends, did anybody ever tell you anything about stalking anyone aside from obviously Kaylee saying she, like would call you on occasion when she's watching home? Anything you can think of where someone might have told you, hey, like this dude or this person, won't stop talking to me or looks at me funny in the comments or whatever. Anything like that you can think of?
No.
Okay. You know who you have anyone in mind you think would have done this?
Mm-hmm.
No?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Last night you said you saw Kaylee at the corner club, right? Okay. Did she seem normal? Was she?
Yeah. She just came up to me and I said, "What's up?" And I don't even really remember we had like a 30-second conversation.
Okay. Did it seem normal? Did it seem off?
Yeah, everything seemed very normal. Okay. We usually do run into each other on weekends.
Okay. So you said you weren't sure if she left before or after you did?
Yeah.
Thank you, Witchy. Says JD's Kryptonite. Kaylee, Destiny, Hunter, fun. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate you.
And Fizzy says pause.
We're paused. What's up, Fizzy? Go back to the looks funny in the comments. Wait, huh? Want me back up? Okay. I hear you, Tomboy. I'm jealous. Oh, you mean the comments on Xana or on Lana's? Right there. I think.
Do you know where he is or someone has
No idea, man. I really don't. Well, we'll keep an eye out for him. We can let everybody know to watch out for him, okay? Is he chipped at all, you know? You just put like one in the
He's not, no.
Okay. Is he like a medium size? Like,
Yeah. He's about like 40 pounds.
Okay. So he said, and again, you're not in trouble. I just got to make sure I ask all the questions.
Are they really gonna like redact like about?
She's supposed to be moving to Texas for a job.
Personal information, I guess. What I mean,
Okay, busy. It's coming up.
people's sex life. I would love to know the reason for this redaction right here. I would love to know the reason.
Was there ever anybody that like hit on her at the bars or was texting her a lot or anything like that that would seem kind of out of the ordinary to you?
I mean, I could think of one.
Okay. Who is it?
What's his name?
How do you spell his last name, you know?
I don't think he was like that just to Kaylee. I think he's just that kind of guy.
He's just real flirtatious. Okay. Would he like text her, call her? Like,
I saw his Snapchat on her phone.
Okay, gotcha.
She would show me.
What kind of stuff was he saying?
Just, hey, I'm just trying to get her to talk.
Oh, okay. Trying to initiate conversation. Okay. Did anyone in that group of friends, did anybody ever tell you anything about stalking anyone aside from obviously Kaylee saying she, like would call you on occasion when she watched home? Anything you can think of where someone might have told you, hey, like this dude or this person, wants.
All right. Did you hear it right, Pizzy? Did you get what you needed off of that? And that's another thing too, Wade. Says, I think that while the girls were out looking for Murphy, a few of the perps snuck into the house by Maddie's or even the door. That's something I've been wondering about too. That's very possible, Christine. Very possible. Good to see you, by the way, Gianna. Thank you for joining us, hon. Interesting. Interesting theory. Okay.
Stop talking to me or looks at me funny in the comments or whatever. Anything like that you can think of?
No.
Okay. Do you know who you have anyone in mind you think would have done this?
Mm-mm.
No?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Right there, Pizzy? Okay. In the comments, yeah.
All right. Last night, you said you saw Kaylee at the corner club, right? Okay. Did she seem normal? Was she?
Yeah. She just came up to me and I said, "What's up?" And I don't even really remember we had like a 30-second conversation.
Okay. Did it seem normal? Did it seem off?
Yeah, everything seemed very normal. Yeah. We usually do run into each other on weekends.
Okay. So you said you weren't sure if she left before or after. You did?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it packed in there last night? Was it?
I had to stop letting people in.
Right. You need to make that place bigger. Anybody at the corner club that you saw?
Tons of cracking jokes with.
No, I just saw her with her friends the whole time I was there.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't think I have any.
You don't have to apologize, Gianna. You're here. That's all that matters. And God bless. You'll be in our thoughts and prayers for that, for sure. No worries.
Further questions for you right now, okay? Just like I've been telling the girls the same thing. This kind of thing affects everybody different, okay? So you may be kind of just apathetic about it for a while. It may hit you all of a sudden. It's going to hit you sooner or later. Okay, it just may be different than other people. All right. So just understand that the campus has a lot of resources for you guys. Okay. We have a lot of resources. We have a chaplain. I mean, we could put you in touch with counselors, but do me a favor amongst your friend group. Don't let anybody not work through this. Okay. If you see somebody starting to, yourself included, if you start internalizing it and not wanting to deal with it, or see somebody doing things in an unhealthy way, if you can't get a hold of anybody else, call us. Okay. Even if you can't get a hold of anybody else, we're always here. Okay. Everybody in this building knows what happened. We're all more than happy to help you guys. Okay. The campus officers are fantastic dudes. Captain Barrett's a fantastic guy. If you guys need anything, and I truly mean this, please call us. Okay. The last thing we want to do is have something as terrible as this get worse because folks don't have the tools they need to work their way through it. Okay. It's not going to be easy. I won't lie to you, but we're here to help you guys. Okay. Okay. You have any further questions for me, man?
I would just like to get my dog.
Okay. I'll make sure everybody's tracking that we're looking for your dog, and so we'll get a hold of you. Okay. Right away.
I don't think he's lost. I think because one of the officers on the scene asked, "Is that your dog upstairs?" I think someone has him.
Okay.
Or he's still up there. I don't know.
Okay. I'll check for you. Okay. And like I said, I don't know. I haven't been to the scene, so I don't know. But I'll ask around and see if I can get an answer for you. Okay. If I get an answer for you, we'll find a way to get in touch with you. What's your mom's number?
All right. So
what about Dad?
Again, this is the Jack Decor interview, as it says on the screen right there. Jack D interview on.
Okay. The only other thing I ask of you is obviously we got to make sure we get in touch with people's parents and make notifications the proper way. So if you guys could all refrain from, I know I have your phone, but obviously you can log on other people's. Please help us keep this quiet on social media until we can make sure folks are notified the proper way. Okay. They likely already have been or are in the works of being notified. But the last thing we want to do is have somebody find out on Facebook. You know what I mean? So, and then I guess that wasn't the last thing. The next thing I'll ask of you is, so the way traumatic events sort of cement themselves in your head, sometimes it'll take a while for the initial shock to kind of wear off. And then you may think of something. It may be something little. It may be something like, oh, yeah, I saw this dude at the corner club who just kind of it didn't sit right. You know what I'm saying? If something like that happens, get a hold of us. Okay. It may be nothing. We may look into it and be like, no, there's nothing there. But it may be something that we really need to know, okay? And we don't know it unless you guys bring it back to us, all right? So please let everybody else know the same thing. If they think of anything at all, please just let us know, okay? It could be something as weird as a vehicle that they haven't seen in the area before. Somebody that's walking by more than one time or, just something like that. Let them know that we need to know those things, okay?
Okay. When you said vehicle, just reminded me that Kaylee has a borrowed vehicle from a dealership right now. I figure there's probably confusion. She just bought a car and it broke the next day, so they lent her a car and let her fix it.
What? She just bought a car, so they lent her a car while they fix it. So that wasn't the car? Wait, that don't make sense. We'll come back to that.
You know what dealer?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
No.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you talking to me. All right. Like I said, we'll get your phone back to you as quick as we can.
You said probably a couple days.
Yeah, probably so. All right. And yeah, we'll let you know as soon as we have something for you. But like I said, if you guys think anything or if you need any help, don't hesitate to reach out. Okay. We're here to make sure you guys are as taken care of as you can be. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So then I'm going to play in its entirety then Hunter Johnson, and then I'm going to break down a couple of things. And then it's my boy Outcast.
I guess we could watch this one again real quick because this is only a couple minutes. I did not know that car was Eddie. Did you hear that before anywhere?
Yeah, I was going to comment on that. In the past, we have learned that the check engine light was on as soon as she bought her vehicle, and they had to bring it in for warranty work.
I knew that, but I didn't know they gave her a loaner.
Yeah, we never heard that before.
Mm-mm.
And
And I'm sure that the loaner had to be equivalent to what her vehicle was because she just bought it. So that I get.
The funny thing is that a loaner car could be any make and model, just some form of transportation, while your used car is getting repaired. So the fact that it's still a Range Rover would, I don't know, unless it's just a Range Rover dealer and that's all they have there. But
it's either that or she made a stink, which I would have too, because she just bought the car and the light goes on. So they're like, here, we'll give you the equivalent to what you're driving until we get it fixed and blah, blah, blah. So that's the only thing I can think of. I mean,
yeah, more questions.
Why that was never brought out before, I never saw that. I knew that there were like check engine light issues, blah, 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 but I never heard there about that being a loaner. And if she hadn't really seen Jack that much, how the hell does he know all that?
Right. That's a lot of detail, especially since she just got the car. That was the reason for going into Moscow.
Right. She hadn't been there. She hadn't talked to them from what we know, unless that 30-second conversation was all about that right there. Cannoli, of course. Cannoli, tomboy. Tiramisu's great, but cannoli's better. Just get the cannoli. Forget about it. But anyway, yeah. So let's roll through this one too again, because some people may not have seen this with us the other day. Plus, now that we've seen that, this may enlighten some other questions again, because I think these are all important. That's all I'm saying. So we'll check this one again. Interesting, though. That's very interesting. Yeah, well, I think they exchanged it for hers. And unless there was an issue with hers and they just let her keep the loaner. That's the only thing I've seen that happen before. That could be. Yeah, that's why she wanted to go, was to show Maddie the car. Part of the reason why she wanted to go. Still, very, like I said, more questions on top of the other questions. Just saying.
Well, it certainly answers one question, and that question would be why the previous owner of that vehicle wanted to trade it in, because the check engine light was coming on them.
100%. And now the whole vape thing, we know that too. I don't know. That's weird. Unless it was a statement that wasn't true. That could be too. It didn't look like a rental, but I don't know. I don't know how that worked out. Well, and it was never talked about by Gonzalez or anybody. I would imagine he would have brought that up, but I guess not. I don't know. Who knows?
And remember, Bethany said in her interview that Kaylee changed her mind about going to Texas.
Oh, yeah. That's another good point, too. Yeah, agreed, Dylan. I know. You can't really see. They black the plates out automatically, so it's hard to tell. And I don't remember from way back when, but good points. On we go.
So what's your first name? And what's your middle initial name?
Again, this are the redactions here in the beginning.
And what's a good phone number for you? And what's a good address for you?
This is, again, Hunter Johnson is with Detective Mowry, same day, 11:30.
So you do not live at the house, right?
No.
Okay. So what do you got for me? What do you know?
It was like right around noon, maybe just before then, and called my girlfriend that she thought something was not right in her house, and she heard and saw a man in their house last night, and she wanted us to come over to like make sure everything was okay, because they just locked themselves in their I think is what they said. And so I was the first one to get over there. I left pretty quickly because I just wanted to make sure, and I got over there and I walked up the stairs, and I.
Thank you so much, Gianna. God bless. I really appreciate it. Never expected, but so very much appreciated. It will definitely help. Thank you. Thank you.
And Daigle, while you have it paused, I'll take this opportunity to interject this thought, and that is, although I'd never want to, refute what truth and transparency is saying, but how do we know that it is a fact that this interview was on 11/13? I think it would be fair to say that rather than saying that this interview took place on 11/13, it'd be fair to say this interview, according to what law enforcement is telling us, took place on 11/13. Because where's the...
Yeah, there's no timestamp on this. Nothing here, guys. Thank you so much, Gianna. God bless. Right, there's no timestamp, which I think is very strange that there's no timestamp. There's nothing on here, and I don't understand why. But yeah, I mean, I will tell you this.
And when was it? It's according to the report. I think if someone were to answer my question, it would be, well, the report would say it.
And it should in the report. Yeah, I don't remember.
My question then would be, when was that report written?
Right.
So
that's a good point. Now I do know one thing, other than the fact that he put pants on. Hunter's wearing the same sweatshirt he had on that morning. That's exactly the same shirt he had on. He just put pants on. He had shorts on, if you guys remember, but that was it. So that doesn't mean anything, guys. It doesn't mean that he didn't wear that same sweatshirt for 2 days or 3 days or whatever. I don't know. I'm just telling you. It told me I ended. What are you talking about, Meg? What happened? Did it say that my show's over? I hope not. It shouldn't. I don't know. But yeah, no, good point, Eddie. We don't know because there's no timestamp here, folks. There's no timestamp. Oh, the goal. I'll have to set another one. No problem. No worries. Don't worry about that. No worries. Hey, Elliot. Good to see you, buddy. She was talking about something else. Okay. But yeah, we don't know. Eddie's right. There's no timestamps, no numbers, no dates, no hour, nothing. I don't understand why, because it's obviously being recorded. So it should be there. Why would they redact that from this? Unless they cut it up into different pieces, in my opinion. And it's spliced. And they have it, I'm not saying they did it maliciously. I'm saying there's different interviews that they had to break up that they probably steadily recorded. In that sense, they didn't stop, start, do this, do that. They did it all like everything else they did. It's all a joke. So yeah, I'll fix the goal. Don't worry about it. Thank you guys so much. On we go. Good point though, Eddie. Very good point. And thank you again, Gianna.
Immediately went into Xana's room, which was the only room I went into. I went up the stairs, saw them. Were pretty uncontrollably crying and didn't know what was going on. And I told them to get out of the house and call the cops. And I went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer because I didn't know if someone was still in the house or not. And I grabbed the knife. It's probably still on the little table they have in the living room area.
Now, the one little thing that bugs me about what he just said, I see a Meg. Oh, it is weird. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, Meg. He said I went into Xana's room, which is the only room I went into. I don't know why he had to throw that in there, and I know it might be nitpicky, but I'm just saying that's a little thing that caught my attention. That's all.
There's like in the middle, like where the kitchen level, that level.
There's like a little area there.
Yeah, there's an area, and I put the knife there after, but I grabbed the knife and I went into the room and I checked like the closet and everything to make sure there was no one in there, and it didn't seem like anyone was in there. And then I
Again, this is a redacted.
So he went all the way in the room to check the closet in Xana's room. He had to step around Xana to get to that closet, folks. And he definitely saw Ethan at that point. That was never mentioned before either. That's really interesting to me. Thank you, Busy. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Portion of Hunter Johnson. Unbelievable.
She's right. They redacted more than they've given us.
And shoot, I forgot the other guy's name. Sorry, this is just a lot. What's his name? That's his name. They all came into the house. They were coming up the stairs, and I told them, get out. They do not want to come in. They need to get out. And that's when you guys roughly showed up around the scene, was when I told them to get out.
Okay.
And then one of the policemen came, and I showed him where I saw them, and he just said, stay where you're at. And I said, okay. And I didn't know if there were any more people upstairs. I didn't go up there.
Okay.
The cops came as soon as.
Yes, JC.
What did you go to the party last night?
No.
Okay.
I was talking with Ethan. I have text from him most of the night. We were talking because he wanted me to come, and I didn't really want to walk all the way over there. Yeah.
The text messages, were they just through Messenger or they through?
Just, normal message. I message or whatever.
You got your phone on you?
No, I didn't go grab it, though.
Where is it?
It's just in there.
You didn't want to walk all the way over where? From your apartment to theirs? It's like 100 yards, if that. Weird. Woman power, welcome. Oh, I didn't know if you heard. Sorry about the ice thing. I muted it, but I'm not trying to be rude by any means. And like I said, I usually thought it was muted, so sorry again. Jesus.
I didn't hear it.
So how do you know Ethan?
Don't worry about it.
I met him during Rush.
I've obviously offended other people with that too. I don't mean to. By all means, is it for my anxiety that I do it. So sorry that I bother people.
In college, it's where you try to go into a house.
Is Ethan part of a fraternity? He is. Okay.
Yeah. And I met him there during Rush, and I've known him ever since the fall of last year.
Okay. Are you in a fraternity now?
I'm a grad student. I don't live in the house anymore, but I was in.
Okay. Is that what they call whatever it was?
Or that's a sorority.
That's a different one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know any of these names.
Okay.
Okay. So, your girlfriend.
Yep.
Right. So she gets a call from around noonish.
Yep.
Basically says that there was somebody in the house. She tells you, so you head over to the place.
Yeah, it was on speakerphone, so me all heard it, and we all kind of got up and were gonna go check on them.
The same sorority? Is that how they know each other?
Yeah, they're also roommates.
Okay. Where does is he?
He's in a he's in a fraternity, but he is seeing right now. So he was just staying. He stayed the night over at their apartment. I stayed there, and she stayed there. So I was in her room. He was in her room.
Okay. What time? So, I'm trying to figure out who's who now. last night, right?
No.
That was the one I'm thinking of. There was another vowel in there that I was getting up. Okay, so you and Aaron go to the party.
No.
You guys just hang out?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then other than you walked up the stairs
when I walked into the house and like entered the code to get into the house, they were in, which is on the very bottom floor, like right next to the main
front, right?
Yeah. And they heard me come in and they like were like, oh my god, and I was like, it's just what's going on.
Okay.
And that's when I walked upstairs and they're like, we don't know what's going on. And I checked it out.
How did you get the code to the door?
We just know it because we're all friends.
Okay. When was the last time that you were over at?
The last time before today was yesterday.
Okay. And what were you doing over there yesterday?
We were pre-gaming the football game for the fans.
Gotcha. Was that there?
No, she was at work at the football game.
Okay. What time did you get to? Wasn't you guys left at game time on Kissing?
What time did we get there?
Yeah.
I would say it was roughly either noon or 1.
Okay.
Like somewhere around there.
Then what time did you guys leave?
We left their house and went to a different apartment at the Whites at, I would say, roughly like 2:30.
Okay.
And then everyone left and there was no one there.
Okay.
We all left together.
So last time you were there was 2:30.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time I was there?
The night before.
Yeah.
Like the night before yesterday.
So that would be what, Friday night?
Yes, Friday night.
Okay. So you walk in the door, and are in the bedroom down the first floor.
Yep.
Obviously, they're kind of freaked out. You see them.
Mm-hmm.
You head upstairs.
Yep.
Hit that open area with the kitchen and all that stuff is.
Yeah, like where the couches are. I walk in and then I look into Xana's room because the door was like somewhat open.
Okay.
And then I like opened it, and then I saw that and I told them to get out and call the cops.
Okay.
Because it seemed I didn't know what I was seeing, the.
There it is for me. Dylan couldn't have seen Xana based on the door being partially closed like that. He had to open it. It was just like a little, but it was like a little bit.
And then I told him to.
Just like I told you guys, when Dylan said she ran by and saw Xana at a glance, that's bullshit. We know that didn't happen at this point. Like Lana just said, the door was cracked. It was like slightly ajar. He had to push it all the way open to get in there. There's no way she saw her. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. She either walked down the hall and walked into the room, or she knew beforehand.
If we can trust what Hunter is saying, and that what he's saying is not a result of him being coached.
In either aspect, yeah. True. Either side. It's a lie. It's a possible lie coming from both sides, possibly, or either one. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Or
Agreed.
The door was locked so that when Kaylee and Maddie got home, they didn't suspect anything because those two homicides had already occurred.
Well, and that's possible, too, because we still don't have a real deal time when Xana and Ethan got home that anybody visually saw them come home. So that's another point, too, Eddie. Another good point, actually.
At any rate, just because someone is saying something in an interview, that doesn't make it a fact. We can't take what he's saying and run with it. Can't have it both ways. You can't say this is a suspicious interview because of this reason and that reason. And then on the other hand, say it's a fact that the door was a crack open.
Or sorry, I was muted talking. Yes, because we've had 3 or 4 different stories on this. One that the door was wide open. One that the door was completely closed and had to be shoved open because there was a body behind it. 2 that the door was ajar slightly and had to be pushed the rest of the way open. Which one is true? That's the problem. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what the whole problem is with this entire case. Is that's how we've been fed everything.
Yep. Strip it all down to the bare metal. What do you have?
Hey, Elizabeth.
We don't know what the true
Right.
What the truth of the matter is.
That's very true. Very true. All right, guys. So we're going to get through this interview, and that's going to call it for this show. And then I will be back in here a little bit later. Not too later, but to pick up again. But very good point, though. Make sure you take that into account, folks, because we don't know. Especially when we're fed 3 or 4 different stories, all related to the same topic, and they're all different. Welcome back, Senor. You don't know which direction to go, which is truth, what's false, what's not, right? I mean, any of it. And that's what we don't understand with any of this. And it's been that way since one.
Whose room was ransacked?
Well, that we know of, nobody's. They never told us, but there's a lot of people saying it looks like Bethany's room had been ransacked.
Interesting.
Like it was tossed. I don't know. I based on the pictures. I mean, it could just be that she was messy. I don't know. But there's a lot of people that are claiming it looks like it had been gone through. So who knows? But if that's the case, that's the room they spent the night in. The 2 of them. So what, did they get into a brawl and fight in the room or something? I don't know. You guys, this is so ridiculous. All of it. Too many stories, and none of them are true. That's the problem. It seems, at least. Yeah, good old Idaho.
And Dago, before I hop down, I have a quick question for you, and that is, do you have like a pre-planned your next live stream this evening, if you're going to have one this evening?
Oh, there's more of this stuff to go through. More of
the same.
More videos and interviews and whatever. Yeah, and discussion. Same stuff, just to catch it all up. I haven't got to go through any of this stuff. So, did you have anything in particular you wanted to discuss yourself?
Well, just that that thing that has been kind of, you and I have been discussing, kind of breaking down about, Jules did a reaction to, is there a missing security cam somewhere in the neighborhood? Because all things that we're seeing that are coming out kind of point that way. Even Olivia said that she observed Kaylee and Maddie arrive home at 1:56 a.m. Where are they getting that? So
that
she
has
did a reaction, and you did a show about Jules' reaction, and then I have kind of I can elaborate on it a little bit more, kind of taking us, a quick journey back in time to see
we can do
more of the same, and I still intend on doing that, and I think it would be worth and I have it broke down with timestamps, so it would be
we can do that.
We could get to it, but it's important because what it'll do is it'll show us through time what we latch onto as fact and what we run with, and how dangerous that can be, and we're still seeing it to this day. So the next time we get a chance to do that, I'm willing, and
we can do it this afternoon when I come back for sure. Look into the facts about, it's been an issue of contention the whole time about another camera in the neighborhood that I know there's cameras because I was watching them being pointed out live on stream when Rory was there pointing, hey, Dago, there's one there. Hey, there's one there. There's one there. So where did this info come from? And I know Payne stated that he saw another camera somewhere, footage from it, and we're not getting it. And why, we don't know. Obviously, maybe it shows the truth, and that's why. But yeah, we'll break that down along with the rest of these interviews and anything else that we have to put out there.
Okay, I can get us through it expediently. So I'm going to hop down now. But before I do, could I just say that when you and I, go through that, would it be all right if I'm the only one on panel? Because it's going to take a bit of my focus, and I want to get it right so it has the most effect, so that the people watching it can benefit from it, and it's clear.
Yes.
and it's effective. So
I know how this has always been with you, and it's nothing against anybody else up here.
Right.
It's just how you've always been able to work, and I absolutely agree with that. No worries.
Thank you,
No
Dad.
worries. Okay.
I'll hop out.
All right, Eddie. Thank you again for joining us today, and I'll be back here. Well, I'm not leaving yet, folks. We're going to finish this up. But yeah, 100%. Yeah, I do too, Rach. I do not believe she saw that on the 1112 cam. There's no way she could have seen that on the 1112 cam based on what she described to us. She said, word for word, she saw the car pull up. She saw them get out of the car, go inside the house, and then come back out to take Murphy out. You didn't see that on the 1112 cam, and that's the cam that it was claimed. Just saying. So yeah, that's an issue, and we're going to discuss that some more. Again, thank you, Eddie. I appreciate you, bud.
Get out.
Get out.
Right. Anybody that you know that has it out or has a problem with even Ethan and Xana? How long have they been dating? You know? Has it been a minute?
Yeah, they've been dating for a little bit.
Okay.
I want to say they've been dating for like, I would say 8 months.
Okay.
Probably.
No problem with Xana's ex or with Ethan have an ex?
He did, but she doesn't go here.
Okay, so maybe not anymore. Okay.
I don't know anyone who would have it out for.
How well did you know Xana and, or not Xana, sorry, Maddie and Kaylee?
I knew Xana very well just because we were all friends. Yeah, we were all friends together and friends with Xana for a long time. Maddie, I like could be.
That's a good question, Meg. I'd like to know that. Do they leave their dash cams on, or their body cams? You mean their dash cams? That's a good point. Hey, Niles, good to see you. I'll have to look into that. Good question. Very good question. I don't know.
Acquaintances with. I didn't really know her that well. I just saw her at her house every once in a while. I would say hi and have conversations with her.
Okay.
But I didn't really know her super well like I knew Ethan and Xana.
Right.
And then Kylie, I didn't know really at all.
Okay. Going around seeing things, that's no big deal. Nothing on social media, nothing's been posted, nothing going on around there.
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab my camera. While you grab your phone, so I can grab some pictures of those.
All right, so he's going to go grab his phone because Maury wants to take pictures of the text message between him and Ethan. And right there, you do hear, Hunter Johnson say he does call Kylie, and he doesn't really know her at all. I'm going to talk to you more about that, but I think that is possible because of the way that they divide up the sorority houses and stuff like that.
There's two. I'll be right there. Okay.
So Hunter Johnson has his phone here.
Okay, so Wazowski, who is a retired Baltimore police officer, said, my experience is the dash cam comes on when you hit the lights. The body cam will come on with the lights as the dash cam, and you can also manually turn it on and off. I've seen them switch them on and off at different times, so yeah. But they do not continuously run. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. It's nice to have somebody with experience in chat. We appreciate you, Senor. Thank you. Baltimore City, that had to have been rough, my friend. Jesus. Dash cam is the same on with emergency lights, also manual operation. And I know they added dash cams to squads now, ambulances, which we didn't have those when I was running. But I know that's new now. They've been doing that for protective purposes, insurance reasons, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, good info. Thank you, my friend. And there's your answer, Meg, hopefully. Be careful, Tandy, and don't spend too much money there because I know you. It's very easy to do. Thank you, Wazowski. I appreciate that, my friend, very much so.
This was the last text from yesterday. He sent this picture to me, and then I asked if you guys were still at this. And he said, "Yeah, where you at?"
Okay.
This was.
Can I go back a little bit?
Sure.
Go with that. Let's see if I can get him. So that's him trying to get you to go to the party? Or is that him getting you?
This part right here was to go to the pregame at the Cinder House. Gotcha. This was the pregame, and then this was, I was asking about that party that night.
Right. And I'm just going to grab it.
His contact info?
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you can think of? Anything that maybe talking about over the last couple of weeks that maybe been bothering them, or?
No, I can't think of anything, honestly.
Okay. Who else? I don't know anybody out there, so it's kind of weird for me saying, "Hey, I'll just take the next number." You know. So.
Good point. We could take a hit if our cams were reviewed and the jacket covers any portion. Like Rosie. Good point. Good point, my friend. How many student police and organizations are in on this cover up at this point? Literally everyone is guilty but Brian. I don't know. I don't know who exactly is and who isn't, but maybe one day we'll figure it out.
Number 4 now, whatever it is. Okay. Who else out there should I talk to sooner than others that I can get maybe them on their way and go to their
good point?
Right. I'm pretty sure someone already talked to you.
I think so.
And then already talked to you.
Yeah, I talked to Dylan.
There's the or Ethan's twins.
Okay. And what was the other one? So we got 2. Okay.
Didn't go into the house.
Okay.
I don't think he would be much help, but you could talk to him if you wanted.
Okay.
Also didn't go into the house really. Like I told them to get out as soon as they got in. Was walking up the stairs when I told her to get out. I'm the only one that I know saw anything. Okay. Like at least right. I don't think them saw it because they were too scared to like go check it out.
Okay. Okay. And I will see if I can talk to them both.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Obviously, if there's anything that comes up, pops up, with it's kind of an event like this that's traumatic, a lot of times things will just kind of get tossed around or whatever. So if something pops up later on down the road, obviously give us a call, give us a shout. Regardless of what it is, sometimes we'll just be staring at some french fries and something will come back in.
Okay.
Or obviously if you hear something pops up on social media, then call the department and let us know.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Anything else I need to know?
I don't think so. Yeah.
All right, we're going to go back to the beginning here. Sorry, I was enjoying one of the old school, these pops. I'll run it for my throat. Okay, so first I want to give a shout out to all the members, moderators, subscribers, lurkers, everybody that's in chat, everybody that's watching. Thank you for being here.
All right, so we watched that twice now. I don't have to go back with her in the beginning, but good point. There it is. What are we talking about? What did he just say? Hold on. Did I miss something there? Give me a second. Maybe I did. Sorry. Hey, El Barriqua. Anywho, we will be back here shortly. Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, guys. So that's gonna do it for right now. I'm gonna shut this down. Thank you, Hemisphere and Eddie, for joining me today. As always, appreciate you. We're gonna be back probably within the hour. The boss lady just walked in, so I gotta interact with her for a little bit, make sure I have all my good boy stuff done, and then I'll be back to catch up on the rest of this stuff that we got going on and break down what Eddie wanted to break down today as well. I appreciate you guys for joining us as always. Again, Hemisphere and Eddie, thank you for joining me up here and in your input and state thoughts, feelings on this all. Appreciate you very much. Sorry if I upset anybody. I thought I was muted again with the ice thing. It helps my anxiety in my throat when I talk so much. So sorry. Don't do it on purpose. Like I said, I'm not trying to be rude by any means. Sorry. I try to mute it all the time. I must have missed or something. So sorry. Good question, Lisa. So again, look forward, guys. I hope to see you guys back here shortly. And for those of you that I won't, have a great rest of your day. But hopefully I'll see most of you guys back. Thank you again for joining me, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are amazing and are the beautiful people. And I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Peace.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Cracked reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. It's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all